Establishing battlefield control, standby. Hello Brigadiers, Haywire here. Brushtail Command has launched an adventure beacon. We will be joining up with the fleet momentarily, please find a comfy seat and strap in for adventure. Make sure to rally up by activating the roll call beacon in your channel redeems. For your safety, remain seated with the doors closed, keeping your hands, arms, feet, legs, tails, and wings inside while the adventure is in motion. Diagnostics in progress. Timer, set. Loaf Quest, online. PokeCare, ready. Troll and Roll, armed. Grand Mining Facility, running. Token Shop, open. Submines, operational. Diagnostics complete, everything's green. Safety checks are cleared. This adventure is ready to depart. Get ready. We are launching in 3, 2, 1. Good luck, have fun, Brigadiers.
If I could choose just one day and live it all over again, I'd go back to the start when you stole my heart and love rushed in. But I know it's far too late, 'cause I'm stuck right here today, dreaming of the past. Now when I call you up, it's like your phone don't ring, baby. And when I see you in a crowd and call your name out loud, it's like you don't hear a thing. Like a king who lost his crown. If you need me, I'll be around, dreaming of the past. But right now, darling, when it feels like my world is falling, I hope and I pray
Oh my goodness. Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. How are you all doing? Happy Pizza Friday Eve. My goodness. Activates his breakfast of tortellini. Wait, Daichi, is it breakfast for you? Oh my goodness. Well, welcome on in, everybody. I need to add another bug to the list of things I need to bug fix. Apparently my new system isn't working. What else is new? See, start up is not properly capturing stream title. I need to fix. Rain? Fox, what'd you do today? Sounds like you like ran a marathon or something. Good finish. Oh yeah, that's right, Panda. Did you do that before or after I went to go get food? Oh my goodness. Oh, let's head on. So I don't have any housekeeping tonight, so let's just get straight into it. And then we gotta check out Art Redeem by Ro. So let's check out that. These are some snapshots, some photographs that Ro has captured in VR. This one's really cool. I like this one. And then we have Dining in the Moonlights. Got a bit sad there. There wasn't gonna be a stream today. Yeah, I'm just really late. I'm extremely late. So I had dinner later than I anticipated, and instead of rushing through it, I was like, oh, you know what? We'll just start a little bit late tonight. Check Telegram. Okay. Check them telegrams. Ooh. So wait, Fox, what does that mean? What's New Jersey Web Fest? That's not the People Choice Awards thing, is it? My goodness. My show is going to be on the big screen? Really? Wait, okay, so explain this, Fox. So, oh, also, Ro, thank you so much for sharing these amazing photographs. I especially like that first one. Rob, hello, how are you doing? Welcome on in. So, what is, I mean, that's crazy. Bengali, hi, how are you doing? Wait, where's my puppy? There we go. So, explain that, explain that to me. Now People's Choice International Competition Award Ceremony. They celebrate indie filmmakers and audio drama creators, showcasing our stuff in a movie theater. Holy moly, that sounds awesome. Is there a channel Discord? You mean a Discord server, Tokyo? Yes, there is. There is, in fact, a Discord server. Exclamation mark Discord. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Panda. Wow, so that's crazy. So Fox is Fox's story, like the Fox and the Fedora, the Adventures of Fox and the Fedora. Season 2 is going to be at New Jersey Web Fest. That's so cool. Also, Fox, thank you for reminding me to have shut down Telegram. I tried to make it a point to shut down Telegram before I start streaming. I had forgotten to do that. Alright, well, tonight we're going to be finishing up Rose Novabeast tonight. And we may be up for awards again. Ooh, that'll be exciting. You're welcome. Yeah, I try to make it a point to close Telegram. Sometimes I forget. But yeah, Rob, how are you doing? Welcome on in. It has been a while. Tell me, Rob, the last time you were here, does this layout look different to you? I can't remember if you've seen like the more modern layout, or was the last time you were here prior to that, where we had the more modular layout. This one's more open, freeform, like open and airy, kind of an overlay. Does look different. Well, Rob, since it's been that long, I have to ask, what's your favorite color? Most people in chat knows where this is going. But yeah, tonight we're gonna have a very cozy, a very chill, art and chill. I think once we're done with Rose Novabeast, I think we're gonna transition into more of a just chatting, Sammy bug fixing kind of a deal. I have you on lurk. I'll be around, but doing another round of Super Mario RPG. Wait, on stream? Fox, on stream? Are you doing... Wait, did you stream it the first time? There's so many people I watch play Super Mario RPG, I always forget which ones I've watched. Jade, hi, hello, how are you doing? No, just for leisure. I can't remember, Fox, did you ever play it on stream? I feel like you did, but I'm not sure. Wrapped up for the night? Ooh. Oh my goodness, I have hiccups. Okay. So yeah, today is gonna be really chill. I'm actually still recovering from that 14-hour stream on Tuesday. So there's still some things my body is trying to catch up on. This entire statement is false. I played the OG on stream, but I'm thinking of doing the remake soon. Yes. Yes, yes. I need real-time updates, like adding me on Telegram, Fox, when you do. Busy with Avatar stuff myself. Ooh. Okay, where's my graphics tablet club? Oh, also, I should probably... Oh, wait, hold on. Ow, ow, ow. In my tetheredness. Actually need to break open a new bottle. Oh, they're already broken open. Okay, well, they all just fell out of the baggie. That's fine. Yeah, so I have these bottles of screen cleaner, and my current bottle is pretty much out. It's got a little life in it still. Okay. But I did get myself a new bottle of screen cleaners, so I have that as a replacement here for when this current bottle no longer has any screen cleaner. Ooh. So Fox, is the idea that you're getting a refresher on Mario RPG Maker or so dude, if there was a Mario RPG Maker, I would already own that. No, so is the idea to play through it and reacclimate yourself to it and then play it on stream, so it's not like a first playthrough or whatever? Oh my goodness, got out. Okay, let me add you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so tonight is gonna be kind of a scatterbrained kind of a deal. Azur, hi, how are you doing? Something like that. Thinking of doing one sitting thing a few weeks. Thing for my birthday in a few weeks. Ooh. Well, Mario RPG is definitely one of those RPGs that you can get that done in. Okay. Let me add the new post here. So 30-minute. Well, not 300-minute. 30-minute. Zona sketch. So now 46. Let me just add you to the queue, Gato. Oh, I also need your. Oh, I think Haywire already nabbed it. Let me double check here. That she grabbed your profile picture. Oh yeah. Okay, she did. Perfect. Haywire already grabbed it. Okay, so in queue. Let's see here. Okay, perfect. And then I just want to see something kind of cool. I was almost afraid I wouldn't manage to get one this year. Yeah. So let me set this up here. I need, let me see here. I don't know if you have put in your. Okay, so you do not have the your Discord ID. I can take care of that one though. Oh no! Wait, Gato, what's your name on Discord? Can you send me a DM on Discord? Oh, and while Gato does that, Phoenix, hi, how are you doing? There's something I need to change about the overlay here. There we go. Yeah, Gato, can you DM me? I for some reason I can't find you. So I need to snag your Discord ID. Peanut butter, yes, always peanut butter. My goodness, I love my. Whoops, that almost hit my face. I love my microphone arm, but I hate that my like this picks it up. Okay. Phoenix, how are you doing? We're getting set up for working on some art. But Gato, I can't find you on Discord. You have a Discord, right? Let me message then. Okay. Cause I'm gonna have Haywire in our Discord server. Post all the information I need from you. Gato's in the Discord? Can I not find Gato then? I just, well, I mean, it also doesn't help that streamer mode is on, so I see everybody's names as single letters. But yeah, here in a moment we're gonna be working on. I mean, we pretty much have the Novabeast sketched out, and then we just need to work on line art, color, background, and then we'll do some Sammy bug fixes while chatting with you guys. Ooh. Okay, where's my pen? Oh, say goodbye to the beans for now. I'm gonna get started while Gato sets up a DM to me. Okay. Trying to make progress, edging my fate. Okay, so Phoenix, you have not completed the Edge of Fate campaign. Is that my understanding? Because I do want to talk about Edge of Fate, but I'll keep it spoiler free on like what are some of my thoughts, what you know, how I reacted to the expansion in a whole sense. Not just like, oh, hyper specific. I mean, we're gonna get into like some mechanics, correct? I'm still working on the campaign. Okay. Yeah, that being the case, I won't get into any major details, but as some of you guys, probably many of you guys have been made aware that Bungie released their new expansion for Destiny 2 this past Tuesday, which is why you saw me live for 14.5 hours on that Tuesday. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Gato. Gonna snag your user ID, so hang on. So Discord ID, Gato. Oh wait, where is this gonna appear? It's gonna appear here, so I'm gonna go up here. Watch it still appear on the screen. Ah, okay, cool. Okay, what is Gato's Discord ID? Would be this client number. Okay. That has been saved. Let me add it to here. And then you guys want to see something kind of cool? So I did this automation process. Slushy, hi! I was shocked at the 100 gigabyte update. Sadly, I do not have unlimited data. Yeah. I thought Discord did away with numbered IDs. No, they still have numbered IDs. Okay. So check this out. So I have this cool function where I can request art info. So check this out. So this is a cool little automation that I made between Sammy and Discord, and I think it is a really good use of Sammy. So here in the Discord server, I have a new thread in the send art queue for Gato. Now there's nothing in it right now, but watch. This is gonna be the cool part. So if we go back here, and if I activate this art queue info request, let me see here. That is this. So what is their Discord ID? So let me move this off screen really quickly because I don't want to showcase anybody's Discord ID without their permission first. So then what's their Discord ID? What is the thread ID for the for this embed? So I copied the thread ID, then paste it here. Will this require persona card color requests? No. So now that I did that, we go back here. Suddenly, there is an automated post from Haywire with everything that I require from Gato to do this 30-minute persona sketch. And it just required 3 pieces of information. Oh yeah, they did away with numbers in the username. So like senior crouch, hashtag 1234. They got rid of those, but every user has their own like 16-digit ID, Discord ID number. From San Jose, that is where further confusion happens. Have you heard the good news of Sammy, my friend? Exactly. Dude, I think I mentioned it before, but there are huge things in the next year or two coming to Sammy, and I cannot wait, dude. There's just... my hype levels are off the chart. I did hear the big news, Slushy. Okay, so we'll come back to that. So yeah, Gato, now that Haywire has posted, and I think you're already on top of it, you may feel free to post in that thread with the information that Haywire is requesting. Oh, Fox. Since I have you here, hopefully you're still lurking. In our Discord server, the same goes for you. I know you redeemed the 30-minute persona sketch earlier. Whenever you get the chance, you go into that Send Art Queue channel, and then post like who I'm doing, your ref sheet, stuff like that, so that when you are next up in Art and Chill, that we'll be ready to go. Platoon music? Not quite. This is Fall Guys. Fall Guys music. Someone invited me to FC, but I couldn't make it. Dude, I used to go to FC like pretty consistently. But in the past couple years, I have not been able to make it out to Further Confusion. And I feel kind of bad because that used to be what I used to consider my home con. But I think my new home con is going to be another furry convention, AFC. It's a lot closer to me, and it's a Southern California convention. Okay, so let us get started here. So what we have to do tonight is we need to do line art for Rose piece. We need to do color and the background, and then we will be done. I'm going to AFC and I'm excited. It will be my first big con. GSFC was my first earlier this year. Tokyo, we might bump into each other then. I will be at AFC this year. I have to thank my friend Germ, who was like, "Hey, you know, I have a room available. Would you want to be my roommate?" I was like, "Yes, absolutely. I would be your roommate for AFC." So we're gonna be rooming together. Germ the Chirp and I are gonna be rooming together at AFC, and I'm so excited. Mainly because, okay, so one of the things about me is I'm very selective on who I room with, simply because I'm not a party fur. I don't do a lot of parties, and I'm also most people consider me an old man when it comes to going to furry conventions, because it'll be anywhere between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. and I am asleep. And people are like, Sen, 10 p.m. is when the good things start happening. Like, that's when all the good room parties start, and you're in bed. Like, do you even know what a furry convention is? I'm like, I know, but I sleep. So I'm always very selective about the people who I decide to room with, because if they are really late night owls, or they like to use the room as like a party room for friends, like, that's something I have to take into consideration. Like, am I willing to stay up till 3 or 4 in the morning, just to, you know, last out the room parties? And for me, that's a big no. Like, you guys have seen me even just at midnight on stream. I'm like totally out of it and gone by the time we end our streams. So, like, to do that for a full weekend, that would be, I would be miserable. Like, just straight out, I would be completely miserable. And so oftentimes I will avoid going to a furry convention if I don't have like my own room, or if I am not going to be rooming with my usual suspects of friends who I know are not going to, you know, turn the room into some kind of party room. Czar, hello, how are you doing? Unless you have fun in your own way. Yeah, so for me, like, I treat furry conventions like vacations. So when it comes to me vacationing somewhere, it's a very relaxing, a very soothing kind of experience I'm looking for when it comes to like my average vacation that I plan. So I treat furry conventions in a very similar light, where I will go to a furry con and I won't have a single thing planned. It's basically, I go in, and it's like anybody here who is a Harry Potter fan knows of like the liquid luck potion, and that when you drink it, it kind of takes control, and it's just like wherever the wind blows and wherever, you know, the universal energies are aligning, that's kind of where you're drawn towards. And so that's literally me. I'll take like this potion of liquid luck at a furry convention, and it's just whatever I feel like. It, you know, I'll be like, you know what? I feel like going down to the main lobby. And then I'll get to the main lobby and I'll be like, you know what? I feel like walking down this hallway. And then I'll just like randomly stumble upon a panel room or something that's going on, and I'll just be like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling it. Let me just sit in the back and listen on in on whatever this subject is. And then I may stay there for a little bit and be like, you know what? I've had my fill. I'm gonna, the wind is blowing, my sail is open, and we're just gonna go to the next thing. And then if I run into friends, it's just like, oh, cool, hey. And then whenever I get hungry, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna message in our group chat, hey, I'm hungry. If you guys are wanting to go to a breakfast joint, like, I'm just gonna be meandering on over to the local McDonald's. Like, there's so many times I come across friends or furries in general who go to fur cons, and they have like this itinerary of things that they're trying to hit, and I'm just like, that sounds stressful. Like, oh yeah, I want to see friend ABCD on this day and EFGHIJ on this day, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go, and if I see them, I see them, and if I don't, well, there's always next time. But yeah, that's basically how I treat my furry convention experiences. But oh my god, I experience post-con depression a lot after a furry con, but it is definitely not as intense as a lot of other furs around me. And that's mainly because furry conventions for me are extraordinarily draining. Like, my social battery gets drained and has a deficit. It's like waking up and getting a message on your phone that your PayPal account is in the red and now they're charging you. That's literally my social battery. I will wake up the following day after I've gotten home from a furry convention, and my internal social battery phone is barking at me because I am in the red on the whole socializing thing. Old man con enjoyment, yes. Have you experienced the joys of a convention midday nap? I have. Well, I was gonna say no, but I think maybe I have once. So, you know what? Yeah, but it was a brief nap. Cause okay, so the nap. I think this is the only time I was able to take a midday nap at a furry convention. So I was hanging out with Keat Lock, and Keat wanted to show me something back in his room. And so dude, his room was crazy because he does all like the emceeing at well, I don't think he does emceeing at the dance comp at Further Confusion anymore, but yeah, there was all this equipment and I was like, dude, how do you even fit in here? And so, but it was like so dead quiet inside. And like, I didn't get a good night's sleep the night before. So like, I plopped on his bed and I nodded off, I think, for a couple minutes. But that was the only time, that's the only time in my recollection that I was able to take a midday nap at a FurCon. Make sure to avoid you at cons so we could pen it for the next time. Got it. Dude, I will never forget this moment. So, it was my first time at BLFC. And so, I was, part of the resort is actually underground. Like, there's a basement floor. And you would think, oh, basement, it's scary. No, this thing was tricked out. Like, you wouldn't even know it was a basement area. There was so much, like it was almost like a mini indoor mall down on that level. So I'm sitting there, and I think I was in suit. So I'm like wandering, I'm meandering about, and then I get to the end of this hallway, and the escalators are there, ready to take people up to the first floor. So I'm like, you know what? I had a nice stroll down in this mall-looking basement with like all sorts of. I mean, there was even I believe that it was like a Jamba Juice down there, and I was like, what is it? This is crazy. So I'm like, all right, let me go back to the first floor. I'll see if I can see anybody, and then maybe head back up to the room and like de-suit and maybe cool off with a cool shower. And so I'm riding this escalator up, and I see somebody coming down the escalator that I recognize, and I'm like, oh my god! I'm like, hey god, I'll come back around, and like I want to give you a hug. And they're like, okay. So I get to the top of the escalators, and then I go immediately down the escalator to go hug this person. So I hug them, and they're like, oh, it's so great to see you, and oh my god, this is your full suit. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, this is my first time at BLFC. I'm really liking it so far. So they were like, oh, but I gotta go meet a friend, but I'll talk to you later, okay? And I was like, yeah, totally. And then I was like, bye. And so I go up the escalators again. I'm going up the escalators, and midway through the escalators, there's somebody else I recognize who's coming down. And this time it was Ford. And I was like, oh my god, it's Ford. Ford, let me come down there. I gotta hug you. And so I got to the top of the escalators, and then I went down the escalators to go give a hug to Ford. And I was like, yeah, Ford, I just came up the, like, it's funny because I just said bye to somebody down here, and now, like, I went up, I saw you, I had to come back down, I wanted to give you a hug. So I said bye to him, and then I went up the escalator, and literally, this kept going for another 2 rounds. I kept seeing people, and I kept wanting to give them hugs. So I was going up these escalators and down these escalators, unintentionally back and forth, just because there was so many people I was seeing. It's like, this is crazy. That was the thing that I was most surprised about. It's just how many people I knew at that BLFC. But yeah, I've had some crazy stories from FurCons. Like who here was here? What was it? Last Thursday when I was talking about the Fox party, dude, I was crazy. I like another really funny story I have from it was, you know, most of my good FurCon stories actually comes from Further Confusion. Was it 2020 or is it 2019? One of those two. I'd love to meet you at a con so I can give you a hug. Oh, I'm a huge fan of hugs, especially when I'm in fursuit. I will definitely give you a hug. Just okay, so this is a PSA for anybody going to a FurCon, and I imagine most of us know this by now, but if you're going to hug a fursuiter, please don't hug tackle them. Whatever you do, don't hug tackle them. That could cause some injury there. I've had somebody hug tackle me, and it was not the most comfortable thing. I'll tell you that right now. I feel that I barely recharged my social battery recently. Yeah, when I go to a furry convention, I need like 3 months to recover socially. See, this is one thing I admire about my friend Sketch. So, Sketch is the exact opposite of me. He, as much as I am an introvert, he is an extrovert. And the fact that he gains energy, like his social battery recharges by being with a lot of people, that concept still to this day baffles me. Like, I've witnessed it firsthand where, like, him and I will go to a room party or whatever, and at the end of it, he just seems so recharged and refreshed. I'm just like, I don't understand. Like, because that's, like, I get it, I witnessed it, I jotted it in my mental notes, and it's a fascinating, what's the term I'm looking for? Fascinating, no, not conundrum, phenomenon. There we go. It's a fascinating phenomenon to see, because I'll leave the same room party and I'll just be completely exhausted. It's almost like you've never owned more than one dog, Sen. Oh yeah, I've never owned a dog before. I've had family own dogs, and I've like, you know, taken care of those dogs when, you know, family is on vacation, but I myself have never owned a dog. It just seems like a lot of work. It seems like a lot of work to do. I did that at GSFC, and did it because I roomed at the hosting hotel. There we go. Now it's for sure all the info. Oh, thank you, Gato. Did you go to that one con at the retired Navy airship? No, I didn't, Tokyo. Bengali, are you planning on going at any fur cons here? Or I guess I should ask more appropriately, next year, are you planning on attending any West Coast cons? Are you usually like second or third hand? I'm just too forgetful to remember the things that actually happened to me. Dude, I have some crazy ones. I have the Fox Party one. I have the one where I lost Taylor when I agreed to be his handler. I have the what another favorite of the Brushtail Brigadiers, the toilet destruction story, which was crazy. Dogs are a lot of work. I've been growing up with dogs. Yeah, I like if I was more high energy, where I was more active about doing things, then I feel like a dog would be perfect for me. But as it stands, I'm a very low energy individual, and I know that sounds like really not true compared to like how excitable I get when I'm here with you guys streaming. It's like, oh, Sen must be like super energetic when, you know, you catch him in his natural habitat. But in actuality, when I'm in my natural habitat, there's a lot of quiet contemplation. So in that regards, like, I have a kinship with Jal in that regards, because you go to a Jal stream and you're like, dude, this guy is like crazy hyperactive. I'm like, dude, he must be wild in his normal day-to-day life. But if you meet Jal, he's actually a pretty quiet guy, pretty reserved guy IRL. And so I kind of sympathize with that, because like on stream I'm like super excited, super energetic, super distractible. But like for example, if you ever catch me in a Discord call, I'm silent for a good chunk of it. Like, I'll just sit there for hours in a call with you and I won't say a peep. Not that I don't want to be there, but like I just usually like lost in thought or tinkering with something. It's like, oh, like you'll eventually hear me say something and be like, oh wow, okay. And then you're like, what just happened? And I'm like, oh, I just figured something out in Sammy. But yeah, I look forward to hitting up AFC this year. So I was so unsure if I was gonna go to AFC. Up in Seattle. West Coast is so much easier for me since I live on the West. Oh! Hey, Bengali, are you in Washington State? You know this? I didn't witness someone getting kicked out of GSFC for inappropriate behavior. Oh, so typical. The issue is more so cleaning after the dogs, feeding them bones, meat, scraps. Well, there's also, you know, the keeping them in good health too, right? You have to go to the vet, make sure that they're properly groomed, stuff like that. I will go quiet if there's a big group. Yeah. Candy, hello, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Brushtail Brigade, and congratulations, you are our newest Brushtail adventurer. Welcome aboard. We got talking. We talked a little bit about Destiny 2 earlier, and then we got on the topic of furry conventions, and that's the topic we are currently discussing while I am slowly working on line art of this wonderful Novabeast that we're working on. Are you in a hot tub? Yes! Well, more specifically a jacuzzi. But I just say it's a hot tub. Chat can take me in and out of the hot tub if they want to. Someone describe. Oh wait. I'm missing Gato's message above, and then I'll get to Wolf's and everybody else's. Someone described having a very needy dog as having a forever child, and that's accurate. It's like having a 3-year-old, but it causes teen-level disasters in the house. Yep. I have enough family members that have described it that way to be absolutely certain that that's the case. In certain situations, particularly spend time together, sitting quietly and enjoying each other's presence. Affirmative, I'm in Washington State, so you're above me. I'm down here in SoCal. Your warning of tackle hugs did remind me of a story where at an anime convention some girl tackle hugged someone she thought was a cosplayer. Mid tackle hug she realized that it wasn't a cosplayer but a uniformed cop. She panicked and ran off, leaving thoroughly confused cop behind. Oh my goodness. See, I don't know what's wrong with people. Like you can't just tackle hug people you don't know, even if it's a cosplay of a character you do know. Sometimes fandoms can be weird. Visiting Washington State for the first time next month. I had no clue what said earlier. I missed it. Oh yeah. I would like to go to a FurCon, but too expensive for me to go. Yeah, FurCons can be really expensive, and if you've never been to a FurCon before, I always advise, unless you're like those suspiciously wealthy furries, I always advise people to find a local FurCon and try there first. Because there, if it's local, you're not paying for a plane ticket. You're not paying for a train ticket or any of the anything of the like. You know, hopefully it's within driving distance of you. And then, you know, at that point, if it's local enough where you can just commute there, then you don't necessarily need a room or anything like that. So all you would really have to do is purchase the admittance to get in. And then just spend the day to check it out and see if vibes are there, if this is something that seems cool and would like to do going forward. Unless you're somebody like me who was so sure that he wanted to go to a FurCon that it was like, no, I'm going to a FurCon I know everybody's going to. A good song. You are so much cute. I say so. I try to be. And thank you. I should say thank you first off. The way you said that, Candy, it reminded me of one of my favorite lines in Star Wars. There's this character who has this who is like very matter-of-facty of what he's saying. And then when he's done saying it, he's like, I have spoken. And it's like, boom, I'm laying down the law. Okay, so. Getting there. Whoa. Oh, that's the color. I was like, what am I looking at here? I totally forgot that that's the color. There we go. Can I see your avatar 100%? I want to see what your avatar looks like. Unfortunately, I don't have it set up where I can just like zoom out and you can see my entire avatar. So unfortunately, this is as much as anybody gets to see. Hoping that in Warudo I can do something where I mean, I'm sure I could do it in Venion too, but I don't know. I'm getting very dissatisfied with Venion. I know some of the folks that I've talked to is like, oh no, stick with Venion. Like, trust me, you'll like where Venion is going. But I just there's so much that I'm dissatisfied with in Venion. Like, for example, like I loaded up Venion tonight and it wouldn't load my webcam for whatever reason. It just wouldn't load. And so I had to shut down Venion entirely, which means I had to shut down OBS and Sammy entirely too. Like, really, Venion, you're gonna do this to me? So, I was so upset. Wait, who? Wait, Panda, I'm gonna need... Oh, who? The Quill from Mandalorian? The Ugnaught? That Mando befriends? I had to think about like who you were asking about for a moment there. Panda, are you familiar with Star Wars The Mandalorian? Oh, it's another good song. Barely, I don't remember much of it. Oh, I highly recommend rewatching it, Panda, if you can. Such a good series. Gotta get a nice swoosh in there. That'll work. So, I'm thinking about more of my con expeditions. So, oops, that's the wrong tool. Whenever I get Disney Plus again, I guess I will. I only get it for a month, but the last time was 3 years ago. Yeah, there's a decent amount of Andor being like the biggest. Like, definitely gotta watch Andor. The best, one of the best Star Wars stories out there at the moment. Going a little off model. Another follow. What is it today? Moxie! Moxie, welcome to the Brushtail Brigade. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, and congratulations, you're our newest Brushtail adventurer. I've heard Andor is good. I don't know. I'm never in a mood for TV. So I kind of elaborate on that. What do you mean by you're never in the mood for TV? Does that include movies as well? Want to watch it for Mon Mothma? Oh yeah, Mon Mothma is so good. Yes! Oh my god, this song. I know when it comes to cons, like one of the... I want to see Moosey again. I want to see Lance. I've never met Lance at a con before, and I would love to meet Lance at a con. I also want to meet Panda at a con. That will be an exciting time. What else do I need to see? I need to see Doggo on PC at a con. I need to hang out with Sneaky too at a con. Love this song. It'll never happen. As Anakin once said. Incorrect. Man, the song's over already? It was a good song. I have moods when it comes to watching movies or TV shows. Movies, it's easier because I really enjoy going to the movie theater. But in terms of when I'm home, I can't remember the last time I watched a movie at home. Let's see. That, well, hopefully that can change. Whoa, can I just change one of these times? Oh, well, Panda, here's a question. What if like somebody was having a movie night in a Discord server? 'Cause I know Bio does that. Like, what do you think of those? Oh boy, okay. Gotta be careful with this hair. Oh, you know what? I kinda like that. It's off model, but I like it. Okay. And then Sen, hi. How are you doing? I have a question, Sen. Does it have to be my persona specifically, or can it be any OC? Yeah, it could be any OC. I don't mind drawing other people's sonas. How goes the arting, my friend? It's going good. We're doing line art tonight, then we're gonna move into color and Lance, we were just talking about you too. Oh my god.
More than one way to work off stress, I guess.
This is Oh, I get it. I was like, you guys fought in her room? Dude, I love that clip so much. Because if only you guys were able to see what was going on in my brain when that whole scene was going on. Maro, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 13 heckin' months. Let's go. Azzy, hello. Aslan, hello. How are you guys doing? Lance. Oh my god, tier 1 sub for 14 heckin' months, and it looks like you are in need of a rank up. Lance, would you be able to spare a few moments? Or you gotta fix those hippies? Chip, hi, how are you doing? Love fighting my friends in a private room. Oh my goodness. Oh, and how was Faster Than Light? Did you guys beat it? I assume you guys beat it because like when I left lurking, you guys were playing Faster Than Light, and since it was Widdis, you do awesome. All right, so we're gonna pick on Lance really quickly here as we get everything set up. Guys, this is what we've been working on tonight. Row the wolves, Novabeast. So last Thursday we sketched him out. This Thursday we are doing line work, color, and then the background. And then we're probably going to be kind of winding down with a little bit of just chatting and some Sammy bug fixes that I have to go through and fix some things that are questionably happening with some of my buttons because of my amazing ability to code things properly. Oh my goodness. Bengali! Thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh my god, that kicked off a hype train. What? Okay. So let us pick on Lance really quickly. And Lance, we were actually just talking about you because we were talking about what's it called? Oh, FurCons and people like people I need to meet at a FurCon one day. Azur! Azur, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Melina. Oh my goodness. Okay. Good heavens, what's happening? Abby! Thank you for the 100 biddies. I would love to room with you at a con. You know, it's funny, Lance, we were just talking about how I pick my room buddies very carefully. As long as we don't have like room parties at like night, yes. I'm very old man-ish about sleep for cons. All right, hang on. So let us pick on Lance really quickly. So those that are just joining from the Woo crew, we have a little celebration, a little ceremony that we treat people to who get a new sub badge color. We call it our rank up ceremony. Now, it just so happens that Lance, when he resubscribed, if you notice, his alert was golden. So when it's a golden alert like that, that tells us that he is in need of rank up. Exciting! Oh my god, thank you so much for the 100 biddies! Wow, you guys are crazy! We totally don't have room parties until 3 a.m. Is it 3 a.m.? Tomorrow? Is that what happened? Caster, hi! So having a large group so we can do party room and a chill room? Yes. See, I would be part of the chill room group. Like I don't mind the room parties. Hey, you guys, thank you for the 100 biddy bonanza. Oh my goodness. Rank up high train, count me in. Okay, so let us go pick on Lance here really quickly. So Haywire is going to ask who is ranking up. So I am viewing this amazing list that she made. And as you can see, Lance's name is number 1 on the list. So all I need to do is type 1. And then we go to our inner sanctum. All right. So welcome on in, everybody, to the inner sanctum. A very sacred spot for the Brushtail Brigade because... Whoa. Dude, he did that quick. Now that was funny. Lance was like, shut up, I know what I'm doing. Well, congratulations, Lance. I managed to snag just enough information, and you are our newest... Wait. That's not right. Did I find a bug? Oh my god. I think I found a bug in the system. Dude, it happened so fast that Lance actually bugged the system. No, I think it was haywire. But that's so funny. Dude, it should have said that you were a brush-tail warrior. Wait a minute. Hold on. Flippin'. Now we got it. Hang on. I want to see something here. Cuz you have the red brush tail, right? Red means warrior, not hunter. How did that happen? Okay, hang on. So yeah, that was a rank up ceremony, where we celebrate those that get a new brush tail. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to find Lance here. Dude, yeah, why in the world did it... That's so wacky to me. What was the... Did anybody catch what Lance's title was before the flip? Dude, that's crazy. All right, well, we're putting that on the bug list. Choo-choo! It might have happened because I needed two. It's... No, they should catch that, though. And what's crazy, too... So, okay, hang on. Let's go back. Lance, thank you so much for your continued support, and hopefully you enjoyed that rank up. It is definitely one for the ages, considering that the title even messed up. Okay, let's go back, and I want to show you guys. That's right. Tokyo, we need to rank you up too. So Tokyo, can you do this? Can you type this in without the... I'm pretty sure that's the command. Tokyo, do that without the quotations in chat. But see, here's the thing, Lance. So Haywire acknowledges that you're a warrior and that your previous rank was a hunter. All right. Yeah, that was wild. Anyways, let me do this really quickly, and then Tokyo, thank you for reminding me, by the way, because I totally forgot. So even though Lance's image is kind of messed up and it still says hunter, we're just gonna plop him into the brush-tail warrior section anyways. And then your previous one was a hunter, I believe. Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. I wonder if it has anything to do with how data is received. I don't know. I'd have to look into it, but that's definitely a bug that I'm going to have to deal with. All right. So Tokyo, that is right. We have to rank up Tokyo, who is also due for their very first rank up. All right. So let us now celebrate Tokyo. We're gonna put 2 in, and we're gonna go back to the inner sanctum. Tokyo, even though you just witnessed a rank up ceremony, it is now your turn to come on up here and do the rank up ceremony yourself. Your profile picture, by the way, is amazing. So, Tokyo, in just a few moments, we're gonna have you pass through the shiny door. Inside is the Mystic Cove, which you just saw. There's a magic crystal in the center of this cove. You're gonna go in, you're gonna touch the crystal. Magic energies will flow into you. And then, with that energy, you will be promoted to the next rank. So, whenever you're ready, Tokyo, it's exclamation mark rank up in chat. Then we will see you on the other side. And then while that happens, I'm going to be looking diligently on how... oh yeah, warning, don't lick the crystal. Tokyo, congratulations on your very first rank up. How do you feel? What was it like to touch the crystal? But yeah, that was Tokyo's first time doing that. I always love the first rank up. It's always a magical one. But Tokyo, you came in the other day, became a brushtail adventurer by following for the first time. Now you have been promoted to brushtail journeyman from adventurer. Very exciting. Yes. And what's cool is, and I'll show this to you, Tokyo, and I could showcase Lance's too, because his is now up there too. But a picture is taken. Haywire takes a picture at the very end of the ceremony, and then we post it in the Discord server. Thank Lance too for introducing me to you. Well, thank you, Lance. Lance and I are really good friends, which, goodness, Lance, I keep forgetting. Like, I've been so distracted by Destiny 2 Edge of Fate. I've been wanting to get with you sometime this week to talk about finishing the randomizer. There we go. No worries. Dude, I love how I first met Lance. It's such a great, like, it may not be like the most exciting story, but to me it's exciting. This week is packed. It's okay. Let's aim for next week. Next week is good. Next week is definitely good. That's a great floof. Darn right he is. Darn right. All right, Tokyo, thank you again for the support and the tier 1. And hopefully you enjoyed that little rank up ceremony celebrating you. But for now, we're gonna head back over to the game room, and then we will continue our art journeys. Ah, we are back. Oh, but yeah, look, Tokyo, there you are. And then if we go mosey on over here, so you also get posted in the Discord server. So this section, the Brushtail Order, keeps track of everybody and their current ranks. So we have Tokyo, you're our newest one here, and then I love this. This is like a Pokemon card misprint. So we have Lance here under the Brushtail Warrior section. That's a Brushtail Hunter. Oh my goodness. All right. So we moseying back over here. Yeah, I'll never forget the first time meeting Lance. It was so funny. I was getting so late. Glad I changed my profile picture in time too. The old one was silly. Yeah, that perfect timing for that actually, since the rank up ceremony uses your profile picture. So yeah, what was I doing? I think I was playing, I want to say I was playing Super Mario RPG. And so we had just got finished with it. And it was a long stream, and I was really fatigued. I'm like, oh, you guys, thank you for joining. You know, we're gonna end it there. It was a great run, because like I tend to speed run Super Mario RPG every now and then. More of like a casual speedrunner than one of the hardcore ones that try to get sub 4 hours. No, sorry, sub 3 hours in Mario RPG. So I was wrapping up and I was looking on my follow list. I'm like, oh wow, there's nobody really streaming. Oh no, that was it. Wait, no, that was it. It wasn't that nobody was streaming. It, like, I had found a raid target. I was like, oh yeah, okay, we'll raid to this person. I totally forgot who it was. Then I believe it was, I want to say it was Gato. No, it wasn't Gato. It was a Lucario Dragoneel, who was like, hey Sen, before we pick a raid target, even if you already picked a raid target already, I was wondering if I could suggest a raid target. And I was like, oh yeah, maybe. Like, who is it? And he was like, yeah, he's one of my friends that I watch frequently, and he's kind of doing your favorite game of all time, Super Mario RPG. I was like, everything stops. Everything stops. Who is this? Give the name. I need the name. Where are we going? We're new raid target. I was like, dude, everybody, we're choosing a new raid target. And Dragon Eel was like, oh, he goes by the name Timberwolf, but he has like a 7 as the T instead of like an actual T. I was like, oh, okay, well, can you like send me the link? Like, can you send me this guy's Twitch link? And he was like, yeah, I can do that. And so he posted the link. I was like, oh yeah, that is a 7. Oh, I'm like, Timberwolf. Never heard of this guy before. All right, let's see what he's got. And so I clicked the link. I was like, oh yeah, he's playing Super Mario RPG. I was like, all right, guys, we're going to this target. And so we got everything in order. We got the raid set up, and then we raided into Lance. And it was so funny because I guess we had raided right when Shake Time was happening. So he's like, oh yeah, dude, welcome on in, everybody. Sorry, but I'm like taking a quick break to get a shake. Remember those, Lance? I don't know if you ever do that anymore. The whole like guess the shake thing. And he was like, yeah, so I'll be right back. You guys, let me at least throw on like a compilation of kind of some of the stuff that I do here on the channel. And I will never forget this because the song that played, he had this compilation of Metroid Dread speedruns, and it was accompanied by a song that I had never heard of before, but immediately fell in love with it. And I was like, oh my god, like somehow, some way, I want to ask this guy about this song, but you know, like I don't want to be like, hey, Timberwolf guy, like I know we just met, but can you DM me the link to this song? Did it for a long time. Yeah, so I'm gonna actually, the song that played is this one. I'm actually overriding the song here. So this song is the song that played during the compilation. And I was like, dude, this is an epic song. And it stuck in my brain for the longest of times. And so this is why nowadays, now that, you know, Lance and I have become really good friends, I attribute this song as like the theme song for our friendship. I absolutely adore this song. And this was the first interaction I had, like this was the first thing that was hit, like slapped me in the face when I raided over to Lance's stream for the first time. And then the other thing that was really notable when he did return from his shake was I marveled. Like I think my ADHD brain like kicked in the rest of the evening. I was sitting there lurking in the rest of his stream. Well, no, I wasn't even lurking. I was like chit-chatting because it was Mario RPG, and I was like, dude, I have all the knowledge on Mario RPG. More so than any normal human being, except for my sensei, Page 01, who has even more knowledge about Super Mario RPG than I do. But I learned everything I know about Mario RPG, like the technical aspects of Mario RPG that no like average layman would know. I get all of that information from her. Like she is like a knowledge house. Anyways, so the one thing after Lance came back, the one thing I could not stop taking my eyes off of is the way his model moved. Like, I had never seen a VTube avatar move the way Lance's did. And I honestly thought it was some sort of sorcery. I was like, how in the world? Because, you know, nowadays you see a lot more fluidity with VTubers motion and everything like that. But back in the day, when I first met Lance, like, that wasn't a thing back then. It's just like most people had very rigid VTubers, and the way he was puppeteering the VTuber, I was like, dude, he's got some kind of mocap on. Like, this is crazy. I've never seen a VTuber act like this before, and I was mesmerized the entire time we were there. And I was like, dude, I gotta get to know this guy. he's really cool. He's got some crazy sorcery going on here. And that is how we became friends. I can't remember if I DM'd him like immediately afterwards or I came back to this. I think what I did was I kept coming back to his streams while he was playing Mario RPG. I think like the third time of me visiting, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna DM this guy. I'm so glad I changed. Oh yeah. I remember it vividly. Yes, I'd never slap someone in the face unless they hit me first. Wait, did somebody hit me with a slice of cheese or something? Making me blush, Sen? Lads, I will never forget that interaction. Also, the other thing I will never forget is that time where I wrote in that online birthday card that the Woo Crew set up for you, Lance. And when you got to mine, dude, I watched that like 7 times because the moment that got me, it was so funny. Okay, so I sent Lance a birthday message in this like giant communal. I forget what it's called. I'm sure one of you guys in the Woo Crew remembers what it's called. But there was like, I was one of like a trillion people of the Woo Crew that wrote in that letter. And I was like, dude, I have to tell the story about like vulnerability and like what it means to me in terms of like my friendship with Lance. And I loved watching it because he gets to mine, right? And you know, I'm talking about like, oh, I hope you have a wonderful birthday, and you know, I just want to share like this song with you because like I consider this song to be the theme song of our friendship. And I loved it because like his first reaction was like, oh, I want to see it, but oh wait, can I actually, like, will this get me copyright struck? Like, I don't know, because he didn't know what the song was. Like, I didn't tell him what the song was. I just like posted the link. And so he was unsure, and like when I was watching back the VOD, it's like, no, lads, just click it, I promise you it's good. And then he finally clicked the link of the video, and then it was vulnerability. And dude, lads, your reaction was exactly what I was hoping for, because he was like, oh, I know this song. And dude, when I was watching, because he read, the reason I wasn't there live is because I think he read it at 3 in the morning, and I was like totally asleep during that, so I had to like rewatch it. Dude, your reaction line, I was bawling my head off. I was like, this is the reaction I was hoping for. I should back it up. Oh, I should back it up. Phoenix, hi. It hit me too. The Kudo board, yes, thank you, Aslan. Yeah, Caster, yes, Kudo board. I love making Howl say silly things. Yeah, I like the fact I like the fact when that smacking the little smack redeem, if it accidentally hits over Howl, like you get what is it, time? Lance, did we ever set it so that people get timed out for that? I can't remember. So should I rank up? Oh, yes. Okay, Phoenix. What I need you to do, I don't know how many months. So, Phoenix, I need some information from you. Yes, but not automatically. Nice. Dude, I've been learning how to automate things more and more in Sammy as of late. It's crazy, Lance. I'll have to show you some of the things. Okay, wait, hold on. And try Phoenix. We have to rank you up, don't we? Give me a second. Where is it? Fun and more, right? Where is check? Check. There's a activities and more. Oh, check. It's under red. Okay. So, Phoenix, can you go to this link? It should be your subscriptions page. And can you, hang on, let me see what it says. Can you find on that page the section where it says total month subscribed on the channel? Specifically my channel. And then take that number. Look, this is the only way I know how to... Panda, I wish it was easier. Panda, I swear to you, I wish this was easier to do. But I literally, there's no way for Sammy to get direct. I've tried asking this in the Sammy Discord, and there is no Twitch API outlet that will allow me to grab a person's total sub months. They have, in order to do this check, they have to get this number manually. It is easier. Well, if you know something I don't, Panda, I would love to know. To click their own username in chat, it tells. Wait, does it? Wait, that's a thing? Wait, hold on, that's a thing? Bro, I had no idea. Sub for 48 months? Oh my god, it's right there, dude. It's right there. When did that always... Was that always there? Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. I could just do that. I didn't know. It's exclamation mark check, Phoenix, exclamation mark check, and then the number 18. Put a space between check and 18. Oh. Why? I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that. I told you this like 30 times. When? I don't remember any of that, Panda. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to write this down. Hang on. Paul. People can grab the rank up number directly by clicking on their own name. Oh, okay. With that information, I might not even need people to do exclamation mark check. I might be able to get away with some, maybe just like doing it for them. Oh my, I've told you before. I don't remember. That I truly don't remember that. Okay. Maximus, hello. How are you doing? Okay, we're gonna do another rank up, and then I'll get the stretch going. So Phoenix, it's time for you to rank up. The third person to rank up this evening. So Phoenix, welcome to the Inner Sanctum. We are going to rank you up here momentarily. I really want to know how in the world. I have a feeling, but I wonder. I'll have to figure that out later. Okay. Anyways, only barely remembered. I was supposed to get on your stream for that. I was doom scroll. No, don't doom scroll. When I decided it would be a good time to check my notifications. I'm very glad we became friends too, Sen, and I remember both that first raid and the birthday message strongly. I do too. I do too. All right. So, Phoenix, when you're ready, it's exclamation mark rank up in the chat, and we will see where or what your new title will become. Oh my goodness. I love that profile picture though. Rank sideways. Yeah, I want to see if there's a better way to trigger the rank up. But I haven't come up with any new ideas. Oh my goodness, congratulations! Phoenix on becoming a warrior adept. Amazing. How does it feel? Alright, so we gotta move you from the warrior section to the warrior adept section. Yes. There we go. Almost dropped you in the wrong section. Warrior adept? Wow, I'm adept at something. That's a first. Oh my goodness. Well, congratulations again. Oh, you can't see my paw beans because I unplugged them. We're doing art. But congratulations again, Phoenix. And I love that, dude. That profile picture looks so soft. You gotta take out my contacts and fix my hips. Lance, you have a wonderful night's sleep, and hopefully you can get those hips in order. Thank you again, Lance, for the raid. I look forward to when we could do the rando some more. Oh, and we also gotta talk shop about the map. That's I'm excited about that too. And more, I gotta share music with you. But anyways, bye. See you, Lance. I don't know if you'll probably be lurking, but still, have a wonderful night. All right, and the Awu crew is in safe, Paw Beans. All right, let's head on back to the game room. We will continue doing some art. Wonderful, wonderful art. All right. So, let's see here. There we go. Oh, that is way off model. Come on. Oh. And frankly, I feel like... Oh, no, that's way too thin. No. It's gotta be 4. Those are hard. I'm not vibing with that. I am vibing with that though. It's a little off model, but it's a better circle. Oval. Is a YCH type thingy by one of my favorite artists. I was super happy when I commissioned it. Moist pufferfish. I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm just missing the facial features of this Novabeast. Rose. Amazing Novabeast. Okay, that was perfect. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Where I get? There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's the look. Really need to sleep, but I just aren't sleepy yet. Dude, I feel that. That was me. That was actually me after my Destiny 2 stream. Oh, that's what I meant to ask Lance. I'll have to ask him another day, but I wanna know if he is planning on getting the new Edge of Fate expansion for Destiny, or maybe he already has and I'm not aware of it. I'm a huge nerd about Destiny. It's one of those games I'm like really addicted to. But I've been a little bit sad about it lately because it's just Destiny 2 has not been in a good state for a hot minute, and the changes that have come to Destiny 2 with this new expansion is actually pretty stunning. He's not playing it on principle. Oh, Moro, what's the principle? Oh, this is news to me. Oh my God, Keynix! Keynix, thank you so much for gifting out 5 tier 1s. I can't even speak. I can't spoke right. 5 tier 1 subs to Ketchy, LJ, Hypno, Curb, and Silver. Oh my goodness, thank you. Wow. Phoenix, you're too sweet. Food coma? Insomnia makes me peckish. Small bag of Lay's chips on the floor. Those are mine now. Oh my goodness, another one! Phoenix, thank you! Had 6 total? That's crazy! Life, the universe, and everything. Thank you! Wow. Wait, what did Morrow say? Not a fan of our Armor 3.0. Oh. Yeah, so it's I'm very curious because Lance isn't the only one that I've heard who is very not happy about Armor 3.0. And it's a because I'm not entirely sure what it is on why people are not liking the new Armor 3.0. I just play Marvel Rivals. Thank you for the belly pats, Phoenix. So, Morrow, has he elaborated on like what he doesn't like about Armor 3.0? Most of my beef is with the weapon stat and the limited stat combos. Oh yeah, you're talking about like the armor archetypes, right? Zelda, hi, how are you doing? Because I have a friend who is like, I am so, I guess, for lack of a better term, disgusted with the Armor 3.0 changes that came to Edge of Fate. And I don't know, I feel like I don't think I understand it because, like, for me, I'm excited about the Armor 3.0 changes. Like, I like most of what they've done. So, like, I've been trying to figure out why, what it is specifically about Armor 3.0 that some I'm running into are not happy about. Like, I know one point of contention that I've heard is that, you know, that some people I know are not satisfied with the fact that they feel like their loadouts and or their builds are no longer viable in the new Armor 3.0 system. And I don't know, I found that to be a curiosity because, like, I'm my clan's resident build crafter, and I don't know if I've run into a scenario exactly where, like, a build that I have created or have at least assisted the clan in making hasn't been improved by this system. Dreamweavers. I love Dreamweavers. Okay. Was Alliance's, oh. I think that's a big frustration with Armor 3.0 build crafting, is that it's more open, but Bungie, with the limited archetypes for now, is extremely limiting. And that is fair. That is 100% fair. Yes, dude, I can use that. Oh. Perfect. Okay. Excellent. So I haven't delved too much into Armor 3.0 just yet, because like I just got to the power cap of 200 like today, so I'm interested in pursuing knowledge further and experimentation. Have you all seen the symbiote squirrel girl skin? The symbiote rocket raccoon skin is sick and wicked. I have not. I could see how the rocket raccoon one would look pretty cool though. Yeah, I would love to. Well, okay, Morrow, what about you? What are your thoughts on like Armor 3.0, Edge of Fate in general? Like, do you have a similar stance as Lance does? Ah, there we go. Because I know a friend of mine, he's like, I want this all deleted. I want this all gone. Like these are changes that nobody asked for. It's like, oh wow, okay. There we go. All right, let me shut off the sketch layer, and then we'll do some cleanup on the line art. And not too much cleanup, but more than likely we're gonna need some cleanup. Aside from the, in my honest opinion, very good. Oh, the story of Edge of Fate is one of the top stories we've ever gotten in Destiny's history. Like, out of the 11 years that Destiny has been running, this is probably the top 3 stories. It all feels like either quality life changes, balancing stuff to the neutral neutral negative, or number shifting, honestly. Yeah, so how I've been viewing Edge of Fate is it was never designed to garner the amount of attention that, let's say, Final Shape got. Like it was never gonna hit that level, and I think that's because that wasn't the point of the expansion. I think at the end of the day, this expansion is the reconstruction of the foundation of Destiny on a fundamental level. So like what I've been saying is that we won't see the true fruits of this expansion until probably like a year and a half from now, because I think they have done things with the engine and how the devs can like tweak things in the background. I think there's a lot of foundational things that Bungie isn't talking about with what they did in the background, because it doesn't affect, at the moment, it doesn't affect user, like the end user experience. If I had to take a wild guess, I would say that Bungie has been tinkering silently in the background to create new tools for Destiny's game engine so that they can start implementing really cool, new, wild features into Destiny. Things that have been long-standing requests from the community. And I think at the most fundamental level, I think they have done huge changes. Like, we've just been told about the systematic changes that we are directly being affected by presently. Like, oh, we got Armor 3.0, we got all these crazy new things and blah 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 that people have been requesting for such a long time. Oh, what's happening with my hello? Is this not... What's going on here? Why can't I touch my screen? Did I somehow, like, lock something? Oh god, did I lock something? Yeah, it's just on this canvas. Like, I could do it here, I could do it here, but then I come back here and... Oh my god, I locked the screen. How did I lock the screen? Hold on. It's like I locked it, like I froze it. Hold on. Like, I gotta Google this. This is interesting. Photoshop. Canvas to is. I'm just gonna close it and reopen it. Weird. I don't know what I did. Must have accidentally hit a hotkey or something. I want to return, but it's going to be overwhelming since I have been gone for a long time. Yeah, Tokyo, it'll probably be a little bit jarring because I don't think that Bungie has developed a proper on-ramp yet. Feels like a mediocre season, not something that deserves an expansion. Armor 3.0 feels half-baked. Archetypes, weapon stats. Portal feels unpolished and a little confusing. Why did we bring back 17 different resources? That I can agree with. Like, I don't know why we're adding more currencies. Why is loot still kind of stingy? Where's the neat events? No, I have a feeling that yes. Because Bungie has put so much effort, I would say a lot of their effort, I feel, has gone into stuff like back end quality of life stuff, that the content is maybe not what do I want to say? Like, there's not a tremendous amount of content, but I look at it as like a broken arm. So the beginning stages of repairing a broken arm are gonna suck. There's gonna be a lot of things that have to change. There's gonna be a lot of discomfort. There's gonna be a lot of grumbling. We're in the part of like fixing Destiny where like the arm has just recently broken, like significantly. And so if we look at Destiny through this analogy, we're at the stage where the doctor just put the arm in the cast. There's a lot of things that have changed. There's a lot of, you know, grumbling like, oh, well, these are things that don't make sense and stuff like that. But if Bungie continues down this pathway, the arm is eventually going to get out of its cast, and in a couple years, if Bungie continues down this road, I have a strong hope, like more so than I did before Edge of Fate. I have a strong hope that Destiny is going to finally evolve and start trekking towards its potential, as it should have done probably like 7 years ago. Like Bungie or Destiny has been in this continuous loop, and it feels like it hasn't been going anywhere. Oh yeah, new content is added. Oh yeah, like new subclasses have been added. But we've kind of been doing like the same song and dance for 10 years now, and I'm not saying that the song and dance isn't broken, but I think we're getting to a point where we gotta start mixing it up a little bit more than we already have. It's stale. Yeah, like how many times do you go? I mean, think about it. Let's take your average strike mission, right? Average strike mission runs off of a very similar basic formula. Like you put your ghost into a thing, you defend the ghost for X amount of waves, and then he's like, oh, you're done, and congratulations, oh, we get to move on to the next part. But like, how cool would it be if instead of, you know, putting ghosts in a thing and the thing activates, how cool would it be to be like, oh, we've just been ambushed and here's like a bunch of civilian NPCs with like basic guns fighting with you in the battlefield, and your objective is, okay, save these villagers. Like, make sure not a single villager like keels over in this firefight. Like, that would be cool. But at the present, with the tools available to the devs in a reasonable amount of time, can't seem to program simple, friendly AI. And this is what I mean. Like, this is why I have a hope that all these systematic changes, to me, feels like the devs still have it in them. They still have a drive to evolve this game, to make it better. Because, like, this is a huge risk. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. Doing this, like, devoting a huge portion of your development cycle to quality of life changes that we won't see for, like, two plus years, and shortchanging us content as the exchange for these long-term, you know, setups, these long-term setups, that's huge. That's a big risk. And like, we've had ships in Destiny for 11 years now, like spaceships. Why is it that a JRPG, that is Final Fantasy VII, why does Final Fantasy VII have full spaceship combat? A game that has nothing to do with spaceships. Why does that game have space combat when a game that has been out for 11 years that is all about space doesn't have space combat yet? And see, this is why I'm excited about these fundamental changes, because my hope is that we can start getting these very necessary, let's be honest, necessary changes in the future. Warframe has had ship-to-ship combat in their game for at least 5 years now. Where's Destiny been? And I just think they haven't devoted enough time to actually maintaining and evolving their toolkit. And so they've just been running on a treadmill. And so the content we keep getting is a treadmill, basically. And so I will happily take this expansion, knowing that there is light, that they're going to be evolving this game in ways unfathomable for us. I mean, just to give you an example, should I, a Destiny player, should I have been that excited about text box dialogue? I mean, think about it. That's such a basic feature. But yet I've been hooked up to this treadmill over and over that something as simple as a text box showing dialogue is refreshing to me. And this is why all of these changes need to start happening if we want to say that Destiny 2 is a video game in 3 years. See, I didn't have a lot of faith prior to Edge of Fate, but the fact, Morrow, that they have done some like significant fundamental changes through this expansion, it makes me realize that at least the development side of Bungie, Corpo Bungie will never have this level of passion, but I can at least appreciate and acknowledge that with this expansion, I am 100% sure of now that the development team of Bungie, the creative side of Bungie, is going to either correct this ship's course or go down fighting. Yeah, well, I mean, but that's the thing, Wolf, and also hi, Wolf, welcome on in. But that's the thing, right? Like, such a small thing. Like, I agree, Wolf. It is such a great feature to have in an RPG, but that, like, to anybody else, to anybody who's an RPG fan, that's kind of standard. Like, you're developing an MMO RPG, text box dialogue, that's standard. That should have been standard a long time ago. And so my point is, I shouldn't be excited for that because it should have just been the standard. But here we are 11 years in, and we're finally getting that in Destiny. And don't get me wrong, I'm really excited that it's there, but the reality is, like, outside of the realm of Destiny, this is something that should have just been in Destiny from the beginning. But yeah, this expansion has enlightened me to the fact that the creative team will be going down swinging. Like, if Bungie's goose is cooked and like their ship can't be redirected, I at least can have full faith and confidence that the creative side is gonna keep going until they're gonna be like the captain of the Titanic or any sinking ship. They're gonna go down with it. And if I know that without a shadow of a doubt, then I at least have faith and hope that as long as something in upper management changes, that Destiny will be all right. But that's how I'm viewing the expansion. And that's why I'm so excited for it. Yeah, the expansion may not be the best thing ever, and it may be a little bit content dry in terms of like what people were expecting. But see, I'm not looking short term. I'm tired of looking at short term issues. With the Destiny community has a huge issue looking at things long term. They look at the here and now and, oh, well, you know, this expansion isn't as content heavy as Final Shape. All right, maybe that's true, but do you not have, can you not recognize the long-term foundational structure that was built in this expansion that is like, I mean, I get it. It's kind of subtle. You really have to be, you have to think about it in terms of like a different perspective on it, but this is what I see. And so I don't know, like we finally got a shooting range, like a proper shooting range. And while it may not be super exciting at the end of the day, and I could be completely wrong. Like I could be completely off my rocker here. But I think this is the start of something extraordinarily healthy for the game. But we don't see it now because like we can only judge the game based off what we got, right? And we as a community as a whole only tend to look and compare current expansions with previous expansions. And it's like, oh, well, this expansion had X amount of content and it's nowhere near the amount of content we got. Okay, maybe that's true. But I think this is the start of a great evolution. And I'm hoping that Bungie remains stable enough so that we could see these changes come to fruition and not have their doors close. Because that's been my biggest concern lately with Bungie, is that upper management seems to have been hindering Bungie in more ways than I could have ever fathomed. And we are now reaping the effects of those poor decisions. You know, we've got... You just look at the state of Destiny that it's in. Look at the state of the community. You know that your game is hurting when your own community seems to constantly be lashing out at you and other members of the community. Like, how often do you see infighting within the Destiny community? You know, oh, PvP versus PvE, or like, what was a ridiculous one that I heard recently? Oh, like, oh, you're a shield for Destiny, or you're just a hater, and then there's like all this infighting. If Destiny was in a healthy spot, like, these problems wouldn't exist. This bickering, this infighting, this like constant lashing out en masse with the devs, like, you don't see that in healthy games. I mean, look at Warframe. Warframe is a perfect example. How often do you see the community attacking digital extremes in like this tizzy of like vitriol? You don't, because Warframe is in a healthy spot. And that's something that I want Destiny to get back to, is like, get the game in a good spot, and then the community will start to be less what's the adjective I want to use here? Less in a tizzy about everything. He's dragging me to bed. Azur, you have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Hope you had a lot of fun here. But slightly disagree, only because we have Edge of Fate. We haven't experienced the seasonal or whatever model yet, because if Ash and Iron is bare bones, why will players want to engage with it? Yeah. I mean, that's true, Panda. That's true. But I'm really hoping that like, if okay, I will say, if the content for Ash and Iron is bare bones, but there are hints, like there have been in Edge of Fate, of systematic changes, quality, like deep quality of life changes that appear in Ash and Iron, I am going, like, the community is going to be in an uproar. However, provided I see those quality of life and systematic changes continuing, I will have the same stance as I do tonight, where unfortunately this is just a rough wave where you're gonna have to go through, because everybody is measuring content and not necessarily measuring back end fundamental changes that need to happen in order for Destiny to become healthy again. And it is kind of sad that more of the community isn't clamoring for health rather than content. But I can't necessarily fault them, because it is the content that keeps people playing, that keep people being happy. So the monumental task that Bungie has on its hands, that they should have been doing like 8 years ago but just haven't, is building new content while also seriously addressing the fundamental health concerns that Destiny finds itself in, that cannot be fixed just by keeping on adding new content. Like, at some point there is going to be a breaking point. Like, if they're okay, so analogy time. a person finds out they have cancer. This is just an analogy, by the way. A person finds out they have cancer, and they decide, instead of getting it treated, they're just gonna run. Like, let's say it's a runner. Let's say there's a runner. This person does like Olympic running, and he finds out he has cancer. Instead of going in and getting treatment for the cancer, he decides he's going to continue to run in hopes that somehow magically the cancer doesn't spread or anything like that, so he can just continue running. This is the problem I have with Destiny. Destiny, the cancer is the lack of tools and the lack of optimization for the devs to add new and wacky things to Destiny on the fly without having to sit down in a committee and discuss how, well, if we do this, we have to change like 17 different systems so that they don't break if we do this. Like, and so the cancer in this analogy is the fact that the devs have to constantly be in these lengthy committees to be like, well, we can't do this because if we do this, it will affect this system and it will affect that system and blah, 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 blah. And so instead, what they're doing in the analogy, they're just running. They're continuing to run. Oh, here's the new content. Here's new story. Here's new destination. Here's new, I don't know, whatever. But like, what needs to happen is they need to go back to the drawing board and start developing ways and tools to make this stuff easier for them to implement, where it doesn't affect all these other systems. And they should have been tackling this issue like 8 years ago. They really should have. But instead, they've just been doing what they've always been doing, and just constantly making new content and not stopping for one iota to maybe work on it, to try to get it to a state where it can be self-sustaining. Like, I don't know. Like, the fact that they say that they can't do certain things because it would require so much different intense, like, systematic stuff or whatever, and then we complain that they don't have time to build out PvP maps. And it's like, well, probably the reason for that is because it's a convoluted mess on the back end to even get started on that. And this is why we haven't seen simple things like ally AI, like fully autonomous ally AI. This is why we haven't seen space battles. This is why we haven't seen, I don't know, like, what else could I think of? Like, imagine taking your ship from Kepler's, landing pad up into space manually. Like, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't it be cool to have a clan? Like a clan dojo? Wouldn't it be cool to have player housing? But, like, all of this doesn't exist because whatever convoluted mess that we don't see on the back end of Destiny 2, like, they don't touch it. They keep doing this whole, like, loop. It's a loop. The cycle. Oh, give us content, we say. Oh, well, the content's stale because, like this is nothing really out of the box thinking. Well, yeah. And then when Bungie tries to make tools on the back end, fundamental changes on the back end, to make it so that they can meet the demands of their community. Their community says, oh well, you know, this content was really dry, and it just seems like really lackluster and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, they have a limited team. There's limited time. There's limited resources. Like, if you want these fundamental changes to happen, we're gonna have to cut back on content for a little bit while they get these new tools up and running. And that's what I see with this release, is I see a bunch of tools that Bungie's been working on the back end to actually evolve this game beyond what it currently is, which is a husk, in my opinion. I've seen the potential of what Destiny could be. It's called Warframe! Warframe and Destiny 2 are cousins. They both started life in the same year, 2014. If both of them started in 2014, and then you look at what's happening now, like, Warframe has space battles, they have like ninja battles, you can fly on the backs of dragons. Like, you can buy spaceships, you have a clan dojo, you could deck out your own ship and everything. Like, what has Bungie been doing? Both Warframe and Destiny are 11 years old this year. And Destiny's just been on a hamster wheel. No new things. It's the same thing over and over. Well, Warframe has their act together. They have the tools they need to get out content quickly, and if they want to add something wild and new, that they're able to do so, and just hook it up like a Lego system. It just works. Why? Because they have been spending those 11 years constantly designing and developing tools for the developers to use in an optimized way. Bungie has not been doing that. And that is why we are currently in the situation we find ourselves in, because now Bungie is starting to do what Digital Extremes have done 10 years ago. They're starting now. Finally. And I get so passionate about it because, like, there's a part of me that truly believes that within a year or two, Bungie's doors will be closed. Like, Sony will just shut them down and no more Destiny 2. And I don't want that to happen. But I also understand the monumental task that they have to perform in order for Destiny to become healthy again. And it's, fortunately, what's going to take the hit is content. You can't develop all these tools and then also deliver the equal amount of content at the same time. You have to hit somewhere. But I don't expect the Destiny 2 community to understand what I'm saying. They are not developers. They don't understand the day-to-day. They don't understand what the developers have to do in order to make this game healthy again. So I don't blame them when they freak out about the content this and content that. I get it. Like, they're not privy to that. But what I see in this expansion is I see it as Bungie planting a seed in a garden. And I understand that if Bungie continues down this pathway, that seed will grow into a beautiful tree. A tree the likes of which we have never seen before. But again, that's not something sexy. You can't slap that on a marketing campaign and expect people to be like, "Oh wow, yeah, that's exciting." You know, because it's planting a seed. And you know, it isn't until the seed grows into a mature cherry blossom tree that people are like, wow, look at the pink petals on the tree. This is beautiful. Like, I can't believe there's such beauty like this out there. And so Bungie, unfortunately, is going to have to deal with this backlash until that tree comes into at least its adolescence. But I'm just glad they're starting to plant that seed now, because like Destiny can't sustain itself in this current cyclical nature of what Bungie's doing. It just can't. Like, you see people getting fatigued already. Like, look at how many people dropped off after Final Shape. You can't just keep doing the same thing. Anyways, I'm sorry. Dino, hi, how are you doing? Let me scroll back up here and read some of your guys' messages. Flopping before it even releases makes it even wilder. Yeah, and that's what scares me. It scares me because I feel like Bungie is on the end of its life right now, and I don't want it to be. I want it to be just as good as like, I want everything to be healthy with Destiny, and it's just not. It worries me because I know what happens to game studios whose games are not healthy. They get shut down. I don't want Destiny to shut down. I want it to thrive. I want it to be that living world that was always promised to us, because right now it's not a living world, it's a dying world. I don't want it to be. This is why I love the story that was told in Edge of Fate, because it was the most livable story I've ever seen in Destiny. It felt alive. The characters felt real. They weren't just cardboard cutouts of tropes and like, I don't know, one-liners. It actually felt like the characters had, you know, depth, and they had to be adaptive throughout the entire thing. And that's what I loved about it. And so I'm hoping that continues to be the case for Destiny. Like, I hope that the narrative team like only gets better and better. But now we need that level of polish starting to happen with other aspects of the game. And I think the modifier system, like, people complain about the portal, and I get it. The portal is wildly different. But I don't know if you guys have tried to farm for loot, but just the fact that nothing is time gated and I can grind for loot at my leisure and not be stopped by some arbitrary time gate, that's huge. I don't know if anybody has been trying to get to level 200, but like the solo ops and the fire team ops section of the portal is incredible. I was able to get to 200 within 48 hours just by being hardcore grinding. That was wild. In the previous system, I would have to wait like 6 weeks because I could only get one of those major powerful rewards once a week. Come back next Tuesday. Tyson Green definitely has a unique vision. I like it so far, but we'll see how the long term is. The thing I am excited about Tyson Green is that he's a programmer, and like, I hope he like overhauls, or at least helps overhaul the whatever the dev team needs to actually, you know, produce this content that the community has been clamoring for the past 11 years. That's my hope. Okay, I read that. Because people don't know how to be objective. If you like something, you're a shill. If you hate it, you're a hater. Yeah. You know, it's funny because Milo, yeah, Mr. Waffle Waffles, a clip of him from this his stream recently made waves on social media saying something similar. Similar caliber, he's basically saying D2 content isn't gonna make me quit D2. Bungie's gonna make me quit D2. If anything, what's gonna make me quit D2 is gonna be the community. Yeah, but the community is a reflection of the health of your game, and that's honestly, I can't be optimistic about the changes if only because the balancing and QA levels of recent weapons and ability change leaves something to be desired. Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of room of growth for these changes. And so I look forward to seeing what they do in the future with these. Like, cause like we're in uncharted territory. And I think that's what a lot of people are failing to understand. Is that since we're so in uncharted territory with these changes, like they're bound to be not as as polished as maybe the old system that was like iterated on and whatnot. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm giving Bungie a big amount of leeway when I say that. But with how many fundamental changes, like you just can't ignore the fact of how fundamental these things are. And that doesn't come from stuff like this doesn't come from a source of greed. It comes from a source of passion, like genuine passion. Because greed would tell you, no, this is too risky, it's untested. Like, just go with something that's tested, something that's known and for sure. They're adding a bunch of balance and gear levels, but I'm not seeing good out of the gate execution using those levers. Be executed well. And that is true, Morrow. That is 100% true. And that is a point that you have to keep a skeptical eye out. And I think for me, it's like I just feel like we're so close to Bungie's final death. Like, not even exaggerating on that. I truly believe that we are closer to circling the drain than I would care to admit. I think there is something significant that could possibly be happening in the background with Bungie. I'm not saying that there is something significant happening, like scary wise, in terms of closing their doors, but like one thing I'm relatively confident in is that if Bungie wasn't acquired by Sony, I'm pretty sure Bungie would have had to close their doors by now. I think they would have been financially under, and we would have, like, just one day just been, hey, newsflash, Bungie's company went under, closing the doors next week. Cause like, I mean, we heard that story about Curse of Osiris. It's like Curse of Osiris came out, and Bungie could have, like, their numbers were so bad with Curse of Osiris that they would have only been able to keep the doors open for 2 more weeks before having to shut down. Like, that's how scary it was. And so, like, I see that same level of turmoil here with, like, the numbers and everything. And I'm just like, we're in danger territory. So I'll take anything, even if it's not implemented well. Like, we gotta start making this thing healthy again. And again, I don't blame anybody for not having faith in Bungie and not trusting Bungie at all with any of this. And I totally get it, because as long as Pete Parsons is head of Bungie, like, you can't trust Bungie 100% anyways. Like, I'll be honest, I'm holding on to hope as best as I can for this franchise. And like, I'm glad that they have another multi-year saga on their hands, and they're talking about Destiny 2 as if Bungie's not in any serious threat of closing down, but that part I don't believe. I truly believe that they're still in a very significant danger zone. And this is another reason I'm terrified for Marathon, because it's like, if Marathon is a flop, which, I mean, let's be honest, is a very real possibility here. Like, what does that do to my game, my favorite game presently? This is why I always get I'm always so harsh with my my criticism with Bungie, because like, I feel like sometimes they can be their decision making skills not the greatest. Well, I used to play Warframe. I like Warframe. I just haven't played it in a long time. Seed in a garden? A black garden? It's so divisive. I think that's somewhat of an odd opinion. Of course, players won't know what the devs have to deal with, but at the same time, it's not their job to care. Yeah. And that's why I say that it's like, I don't blame them for not seeing like the long game that Bungie is starting to put in place with what has come out in Edge of Fate. And Tomorrow's point earlier, I think that's also like, they still are not implementing a lot of things in the most user-friendly way. Like, in no point should they have added more currencies this expansion. Like, the fact that we have unstable cores, like, we don't need more. And honestly, if you're gonna add unstable cores, then we should have gotten rid of at least 5 old currencies that are still in the game. Like Ascendant Alloys, for example. We don't need Ascendant Alloys. Like, those shouldn't exist. We shouldn't have exotic ciphers. That shouldn't be a thing in the game anymore. Like, they got rid of upgrade modules, which I was super happy about. But Bungie needs to be taking harder stabs at simplifying their economics in the game. Like, we still have way too many currencies in game, and it was really disappointing for me that, like, we didn't axe at least 3 or 4 more currencies. But on that same token, I'm not going to be like, oh, this is the reason why Edge of Fate is bad, because they didn't remove all these currencies. Like, there's some really interesting changes. Like for example, I know I talked a little bit about solo ops, and I think solo ops for grinding for loot for solo players, phenomenal change. Now, you could argue that the current activities in solo ops are a snooze fest, and I'm not going to argue that point. I think a lot of the solo ops activities could have been way better in terms of its interesting gameplay. But the fact that I can go in anytime I want and get gear that will level me up every single time I go in, that's huge. That's mega huge. Because finally, I get to grind when I want, not when the game tells me it's okay to grind. And that's something that Destiny has been needing for a long time. Like, That was something that was in D1, and then they took it away and replaced it with time gating stuff. And I will never understand that decision. It was a stupid decision. Yeah, still a product. Yeah. I'd say I could see Sony killing a lot of Bungie's projects and saying just focus on Destiny, or should have hand Destiny to a different company. I'm doing good. Just thinking of Drin currently. What's Drin? I have to wait 3 months to get tier 5s. Yes, I didn't say that all the time gaming was out of Destiny. So, like, there is still a lot of time gatiness in Destiny, but the fact that we have made steps to dismantle that time gatingness, I think that's a huge win. And there's some people think, yeah, and I've heard that people are considering Edge of Fate worse than Curse of Osiris. And to those people, I say I'm sorry. I'm sorry that, like, you have, I guess, such a skewed, like, objectively, if you were looking at Edge of Fate and Curse of Osiris objectively, I don't know how you can come to that conclusion objectively. And so I would just say I'm sorry you have that viewpoint, and I wish you luck in your ventures, because you and I clearly see the world very differently, and I have very little interest in knowing how you see the world, because, like, there's clearly not a lot of objective thought going in it, like, I mean, just like, even if gameplay and content wise everything was identical to Curse of Osiris, you cannot there's one aspect that you can't even compare in the same universe, and that's the story. Curse of Osiris' story was such a yawn fest. I couldn't even tell you what it was about. I know there was a huge Vex that was involved, and I know Osiris was there, and there was, like, clones of him, but that's all I could tell you. I finished the campaign of Curse of Osiris, and I was like, I'm not even sure what just happened. And if you're willing to say, like, if everything, like I said, if everything was the same as Curse of Osiris with Edge of Fate, I could see you comparing it up until the point of the story. And then at that point, you're like, no, Edge of Fate is miles above. If it was just the story that we're comparing, Edge of Fate is miles above Curse of Osiris. To its final shape. I don't think Sony will let Bungie shut down. Names have power. They'll just carry the dead body around if needed. And that's what I'm hoping for. Honestly, Panda, that's what I'm hoping for. And I'm hoping that in that time, Bungie will have these seeds planted and then coming to fruition in 2 years. Byler, hi, how are you doing? As someone who played Curse of Osiris, those people are absolutely delusional. There's no way in any multiverse that Edge of Fate is worse than Curse of Osiris. Never in a trillion years. Yeah, because what, like, even if I conceded every point that those people would make, then we get to the story, and, like, let's say, okay, so imagine, this is how I'm viewing it in my brain. So imagine two students they're going into a class and they have a test. They have a Scantron, okay? So student 1 puts their name on it and they name it Curse of Osiris, like their name is Curse of Osiris. And then the second student puts their name on their Scantron, it's Edge of Fate. If I were to concede every point of those people, and let's just say that let's say it's a 15 question test with a right and answer at the end. So 16 problems, 15 are multiple choice, and 1 is a short answer. Okay, so let's say for all intents and purposes that these two students on the multiple choice section wrote the exact same answers. Like they bubbled in the exact same letters on all 15 questions. Okay. So then we get down to the short answer, and the first student in their short answer writes like 2 words for the short answer, and then student 2 writes a very eloquently written sentence, and then they turn in their Scantrons. Okay. So even if all the multiple choice was correct, which student had the better grade? Which student would have gotten the better grade on that test? Well, student 2, obviously, because like they might have gotten all the multiple choice questions wrong, just as student 1 did, but the eloquent sentence that they did in the final question was miles above the 2-word answer that student 1 gave. So by definition, like student 2's test results are going to be better than student 1's. And that is if I conceded the point that everything outside this, comparing the twos, like if we were to, you know, not compare the 2 stories and compared everything else and they were identical, even still, Edge of Fate comes out on top. Which I don't agree with that comparison anyways, because I think Edge of Fate's what it brought to the table was way more interesting. Like, say what you will about the ball and how annoying it might have been to wield, but it was way better and way more interesting than watching Osiris clone himself a bajillion times in Curse of Osiris. Okay. Just woke up and sweating. I took a shower. I needed to head off. I've been so sick of these days. Hope the art goes well. Oh yeah, it's coming out really good so far. It's slow going, but because I'm getting distracted by these wonderful conversations we're having. But that's part and parcel of what I anticipated for tonight. Let's see here. This is why I only wanted to work on Rose Novabeast tonight, because I knew I would be spending most of it chit-chatting. Okay, Novabeast has been primed. That line art is looking so good. Oh, thank you, Lance. I hope you're feeling better though, Lance. They got rid of upgrade modules, the single worst material in the game. Oh, I agree. No, I agree. I 100% agree. Upgrade modules suck. I hate upgrade modules. I definitely hated upgrade modules, but my critique is that they should have went further. They should have got rid of more than just the upgrade modules. They're a smidge of a snooze, and the dialogue is cheesy as heck, but the concept is sound and enjoyable. The bonus loot is nice too. It is a little wild that they did, in my opinion, a good thing weekly progression system and paired it with stupid thing like microzone currencies on. Yeah. Yeah, the what is it, the token requisitions or the requisition tokens big disagree with it. Like, we should not be adding more currencies. Like, I don't understand. Bungie says they want to simplify and consolidate the confusion, right? And yet they are adding currency. You don't need to add currency. Like, if you absolutely have to do something, then I don't know, use strange coins. I don't know, something. Use Glimmer. Like, why are we not using... Dude, we have this thing called Glimmer. And I feel like that should be like the primary currency for buying things, because, you know, it's the in-universe's money system. And yet we get tokens. Like, make Glimmer valuable. Like, who here has max Glimmer all the time? Why do you think that is? Because what do you use Glimmer on? Nothing. So, there should always be, like, if you ask me, there should always be a need and a desire for Glimmer. I should have difficulty on a regular basis maintaining Glimmer. Straight out. Yeah, Lance, I would definitely like it. I heard that you haven't gotten it yet, and I know you have some issues with it. I would probably wait on it. Honestly, give it a year. I think it's great. Like, I'm having a phenomenal blast with it, and the fact that there's such overwhelming fundamental changes, it just has me excited. Story definitely best part. There's a hands down. There's no getting around that. Zod, hi, how are you doing? I honestly don't see a reason for most people who haven't bought the expansion so far to not sure wait and see till September to see how Ash and Iron goes. Wait, does Ash and Iron come out in September? But I will say the raid looks good. I like Prophecy, but the name is so stupid. The Desert Perpetual, the Endless Desert, Desert Endless, or even the Eternal Desert, or literally anything else. I do agree with that. Yeah. I have so much I want to say on the Curse of Osiris. Is that Skeleton Dude? Skeleton, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. And congratulations, you're our newest brush tail adventurer. Welcome on in. Was named anything else, it wouldn't be shortened to DP. Oh my goodness. Spiky boy? Yeah, definitely a spiky boy. CJ, hi, how are you doing? Tomorrow is busy as well. Thought I'd stop by. Well, welcome on in, CJ. Thank you for stopping by. Glimmer clearly has no value. The tower has been ruined since D2 vanilla. I have either max 500k Glimmer or I have 3 Glimmer. There's no in between. Yeah. But like, imagine a playlist or a game activity where it's like, okay, big brain. All right. Okay. I've been thinking a lot about this lately, especially since Marathon was debuted. So imagine, if you would, a game mode. So we all... My initial idea is to convert Gambits into a Marathon Lights game mode. Okay, so here's what I think should happen. I think we should remove all unnecessary currencies and put much more weight on Glimmer. Okay, So now everybody's hurting for Glimmer. Let's make Gambit, like, let's overhaul Gambit so that that is the game mode you go to get Glimmer. Okay? So you start with a backpack, an empty backpack. So you cannot bring in, you can't bring in, like, it's almost like maybe it's almost like locked loadouts or whatever. So get this. This game mode, this new Gambit would be an extraction shooter light game mode. So you go in with an empty backpack and you go and you try to collect as much Glimmer or treasures that can be sold for Glimmer as you possibly can.
Let's stretch our legs.
And this is a PvP, PvE zone, right? Similar to Marathon. So you go in with this little backpack and you try to fill it. And at any point, a PvPer can come in and kill you. Your inventory is fine, but anything in that you had in that backpack is gone. So all the Glimmer, all the little treasures you were going to sell for Glimmer, gone. Instantaneously. Like the enemy guardian can ransack your little backpack and take all of your Glimmer that you were going to get. But if you were successful at extracting, then you get to keep all that Glimmer, right? So I think that would be a better use for Gambit than what Gambit currently is. It would be that PvPvE game mode that Bungie's always wanted, and with a little bit of like extraction shooter going on, where it's like you don't lose your exotics or your inventory or anything. You know, you start off with 0, you go in with your guns, your exotics, your loadouts, and your main objective is to collect as much Glimmer as you can and then extract. And then at the end, you get to keep all that Glimmer if you successfully extract. I think it would be exciting. And there's where you would get your Glimmer. You could go into this Gambit and this new Gambit game mode with 0 Glimmer and come out with 500,000 if you were that skilled. And then, you know what would be even crazier? We have a crafting system, right? What if you could take your backpack and upgrade your backpack with materials? Like, you go to the Enclave, you're like, I want to upgrade my backpack. I'm going to use an Ascendant Shard. I'm going to use enhancement cores. I'm going to use like a bunch of Glimmer. And then I upgrade my backpack. But if I die in this extraction Gambit game mode, then my backpack goes back to level 1 and I would have to re-upgrade my backpack. I think it's a cool idea. Crescent, hi, how are you doing? Time for me to get my plug. Kiru, have a wonderful night. You're probably already off. What is Ashen Iron? Ashen Iron is the mid-season update. So think of it. Think of every expansion having 2 seasons. Ashen Iron is Edge of Fate's 2nd season. So seasons last in 3-month periods. So the first season that's going to start next week, I forget what it's called. But then September is when season 2 of Edge of Fate happens, which is Ashen Iron. They add a weapon as a stat? What do you mean armor makes me shoot better? So, Lance, would you... Here's just an interesting question. Would you be more okay with the Armor 3.0 system if weapons were not... Like, weapon wasn't a stat at all? CJ, thank you for the stretch break, by the way, and the hydration. I just took that. What? Hi, how are you doing, medic? Hello, how are you? 5 piece of armor, 5 stats. You didn't need a 6th. I hope they remove it and apologize. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, everybody, I know a lot of people are getting hung up with the weapon thing. Me, I'm not even, like, there's... weapon for me is so like... I don't even look at it. I'm like, oh, okay, like, sure, whatever. My weapons could get a little bit of a boost in their attack power, but I'm looking over at grenade and I'm like, that's 65 extra damage on grenade damage. I'm like, I'm going there. Oh, night medic. It didn't exist. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get this Novabeast colored. Oh. But yeah, I've been like asked across when it comes to people who are like, oh, I don't think this expansion's for me, and I'm like, no, that's fair, just wait it out, see what happens in a year, because I have a feeling the fruits of the labor that they've started in Edge of Fate are gonna start poking through the soil, and we'll start to see you know, what they've been cooking. I know I've been like conspiracy theorying about player housing, but like, despite me joking about it, there's a part of me that truly believes that Bungie is going to introduce some form of player housing in like the next 2 years. I have no proof of that outside of the changes that they've made in Edge of Fate, but I think this is the dawn of a new era for Destiny. I think that the dev team is gonna fight tooth and nail to try to make Destiny a healthy game again. I should probably have Rose ref sheet up. Why am I not having Rose ref sheet up? Others. Excuse me. This is a very quiet song, but Jesus. It's a bad idea. I'm glad it doesn't bother you, but fundamentally it's a terrible idea. Oh, what, my Gambit mode idea, Panda? Is that what... Oh, Reclamation. That's what it is. See, Reclamation's first and then Ash and Iron. I was gonna argue that there's 6... oh, yeah. 3 months from now, when people are complaining that they can't LFG for not having 2-inch weapon. Here. I'll say I was a prophet. The restructure should have fixed things, not put it in a blender and jumbled it up. Oopsie. Oh well. I don't know. I don't see it. Maybe it's just me, but I don't see it as like jumbling it up in a blender. Oh wait, hold on. Notice that. There's like a marker here. But, oh no. Oh. Hang on. It was up to the nose. Like this. Okay. Perfect. And then one of the things I gotta do here is I forgot those two little things. But yeah, so far the darn it. The thing I'm really enjoying outside of Kepler, that's not Kepler related, is the modifier system in the portal. At first I was like, dude, I don't know what I'm doing here. But once I started understanding it and how to get like really good loot from it, I've fallen in love with it. Now, I'm with all of you guys. I don't see the necessity of weapon being a stat. I don't particularly mind it being there as much as you guys mind it being there. But if they were to remove the weapon stat entirely, I wouldn't even bat an eye. I'd be like, okay, whatever. It's like it wasn't a stat I was using beforehand. It's not a stat I'm going to be using in the future, and it's not a stat I'm gonna see cry if it goes away. That's my stance on weapon as a stat. I'll be like, bye. You were the child that I never used, so I'm not gonna miss you. That weapon, that's more grenade. Exactly! Exactly, Panda! It's more grenade! I can't be bothered to move my grenade points over to weapon when grenade is what I'm going after. Most of the stream. Oh no, Colin! Well, I'm glad you at least got some rest, Colin. Okay. Your armor shouldn't make your weapons work better. Yeah, I do think that's kind of weird. I'm not gonna say it's not weird. I'm just like it's just, for me, the stat never interests me in the first place. So I don't have any emotional stock into it, I guess. It goes back to how I started with Destiny. I saw trailers of Destiny, and I remember vividly the first trailer came out for Destiny 1, and I slept through all of it. I was like, nah, I'm gonna stick with Halo. Like, it's just Halo, but it's just like a weird looking Halo. What? Why would I move off of Halo? Dude, I'm gonna stay with Halo. And then the second trailer came out, and they're like, you could play as a Titan, a Hunter, or a Warlock. And I was like, what, wait, rewind that again? What did you say, a Warlock? I was like, wait, you don't name something a Warlock unless there's magic involved. Are you telling me there's magic in this game? Are you telling me that this is Halo but with magic involved? I was like, okay, I'm sold. Like, I want to be the Warlock. And I was like, I distinctly remember, I was like, when I get this game, I'm going to see how I can make it so that I can just use spells and not have to shoot my gun. Anybody who knows me, you know, in the Rack Pack clan knows that all of my builds function off of that fundamental philosophy. You look at any one of my builds I've ever designed, and it is all about it's warlock builds. It's all about using them abilities. Guns, what are those? Those are secondary in my book. Oh yeah, and Panda, rereading your message about think about it if weapon's gone. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating for weapon. Like, I am completely and utterly indifferent about the stat. For me at the present, it's a non-existent stat to me. Most of my current builds have like 18 weapon on it, where it's like grenade, melee, and super are more valued. But I don't need any convincing of me being team weapon removed from game. Like, I don't need any convincing. Like, again, if Bungie came out and said weapon was gone tomorrow, I'd be like, okay, cool. That's awesome. Well, no. So it wasn't, Pat. It wasn't that. It wasn't the fact that. Okay. So how do I explain this? In my brain, I just saw Destiny, like the first trailer. I just saw Destiny as a Halo clone, and I was like, I already have Halo at home. Why would I get Destiny? And it wasn't until I heard the term Warlock in the second trailer that made me reevaluate getting Destiny. I had absolutely no interest in Destiny that first trailer, because it just, for me, like, my brain was just imagining it was another Halo game, and I was like, but we already have the perfect Halo. It's called Halo. Zen's the type of person that when presented with a choice between big increase of weapon damage or just be able to unequip your weapons, Zen would pick the ability to okay, I think there has to be an injection of a missing sentence or context in what Wolf just said. So if I was in like Halo, for example, and I had to choose between a weapon and no weapon, I would choose weapon every day of the week. But if you put me into a game and say, here, you have two options. You can either equip this weapon and pew pew things, or you can go unequipped with having no weapon, but you gain access to magic. Like, that's the stipulation. And for me, it would be magic every day of the week. Every day of the week. No questions asked. Like, there wouldn't even be hesitation. Like, I wouldn't be in, like, for example, Call of Duty. If there was an option to unequip the weapon or equip the weapon, there would be no reason for me to unequip the weapon. But if you tell me in Call of Duty that there's a quote-unquote a weapon that's a spell book, doesn't do any pew-pewing, but it gives you access to magic, goodbye weapons. It wouldn't even be a choice. It would be a known definitive. Yeah, I'll never forget that one afternoon. There was an afternoon, it was like TWAB day, and they released the TWAB explaining the 6 new stats, and I will never forget it. because I looked at the 6 new stats, and I was like, oh, grenade, oh, that's sick, oh my god, oh, melee, oh, flip, yeah, yes, oh my god, super, oh, dude, that's what super, that's kind of interesting. I might take a look at super. And then I looked at health. I was like, yeah, okay, that's pretty interesting. All right. And then I got down to weapon, and I was like, blah 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 blah, something to do with weapons. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Like, what was grenade again? And then I went back up to grenade, and then I went into my Discord server, and I kind of vibed there, and then Pan and Wolf came in. And Wolf was like, dude, can you believe this one? Like, weapon is going to be the thing that everybody chooses. And I'm sitting there like, wait, what? Why? Like, did I miss something? Like I looked at it and it just looks so uninteresting. I mean, like, yeah, I guess there's like a small weapon buff there, but like, it's like, we're not talking about like 200% increase in weapon damage, so I'm like, nah, it's not worth it for me. I'm going for grenade. Like, it never dawned on me that like, after Wolf brought it to my attention, I'm like, okay, yeah, I could see how that could be an issue, but it still doesn't make a dent in what I'm looking for. Yeah, for me it was just like, health, it exists. But I feel like I'm missing one. Am I missing one? Health, grenade, melee, super. Oh, class ability. That's the one I was missing. Class ability. Misunderstood. I'm always confused by your stubborn, no magic, no touch. But you're a Halo fan, unless I'm ignorant. I don't think a John Halo can use eyes. Yeah, and this is why. Okay, Panda, you bring up a really good point, a really good point. And I was never interested in first-person shooters, but a friend back in middle school had me sit down and play Halo for just a little bit, and I was like, wow, this is an interesting game. I kind of like this. I don't know why. Like, first-person shooters are not my thing, but this one's really kind of interesting. And then I wound up getting an Xbox and got Halo on it. Halo is an anomaly for me. I fell so head over heels for Halo, and yet it's not my type of game. Like, you look at all the things that we stream on this channel, and very, like, I don't think outside of Halo and Destiny, I don't think there's been a game that we played that's a first-person shooter. So, Panda, I'm just as baffled as you are. By all stretch of the imaginations, Halo should have been a game that I was never interested in, and yet I fell head over heels on it. That was the craziest thing I've ever that I could have even thought of. CJ, have a wonderful night. Thank you for being here. And then he cast a high-level time spell to create an 8th day of the week, and still pick magic on that day too. Exactly. Yeah, I am very weird with how I play Destiny. I try so seldomly to shoot my weapons. Yeah, it really does, Lance. Bungie's weapon gameplay is just on a whole different level. So is his whole neck that color? Like, it kind of looks like it's his whole neck. Is his whole neck. Okay, cool. That makes things easy. I'm just gonna... Yeah. This is easy mode. Have you played Portal or Portal 2? I have not, Vol. I love Portal and Portal 2 though. Such good games. The reworks will continue until morale improves. Maro, are you talking Destiny? They must create the 7th stat. The wallet stat. Oh no. Not the wallet stat. I have a little flavor text. Pete Parsons' favorite stat. I know how to get Pete Parsons involved in his own game. Convert Guardian games instead of the tracker tracking how many medals each Guardian has deposited. Have it just be like a giant time to money converter, and have it be a countdown till Pete Parsons' next car purchase. That would get him playing his own game. We just hit 200 wallet. Okay. What is happening? Wait, why is... Eraser? Oh, somehow I misclicked the eraser tool. Oh. 200 increased drop rate by 69%. Or with Bungie lore, 0.0069%. That meme is an old one. If anybody remembered that debacle, that Bungie debacle. But yeah, I've been thoroughly enjoying Edge of Fate, but I could see now with talking with multiple people now why Edge of Fate does not seem appealing. Okay. Does he not have whites of his eyes? Okay. Nightcan. Oh, Ro, are you still here by any chance? If Ro's not here, that's fine. Oh, I think Ro went to sleep. That's right, because he was half asleep when he got in. Okay. I have an idea for the background. Okay. In-game fundraisers, so we can see how our Eververse purchases get Pete one step closer to that new car. My random late night work BS has ended, so I feel... So... I also feel flee to bed. Maro, you have a wonderful night. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the, like, this was a very, very engaging conversation that we all partook in. Okay, so he has whites of eyes here, so I'm just gonna go with the whites of... I'm just gonna do white. Until I'm told otherwise. Okay. I could stop by. Definitely a fun combo. Yes. It's always fun when Destiny is involved. What is his? Oh, they're also blue. Okay. Wait. Can't erase. I can only... Oh. This was a Luxray? It kind of does look like a Luxray. This is my first time drawing a Novabeast. I think I did a pretty good job on it. Okay. I believe it's this eye that's this color. Have I ever, I can't remember. Did last Retrovember, did we do a Kirby and the Crystal Shards playthrough? I feel like we did, but I'm not sure. I want to say that we did. I feel like I remember Panda, you commenting on 02. Like, WTF is that thing? Okay. A lot better. I noticed there was two colors in his eyes, a bright and a dark. Yeah, it was N64. Yeah, N64 was Kirby and the Crystal Shards. Is it? Yeah. Do you recall like a giant white eyeball that had like these really weird wings and like a halo? That sound familiar to you? That sounds familiar. Then we definitely did Crystal Shards on stream. Okay. Yes, it does. Okay, cool. Phoenix, thank you for the hydrate again. Oh my god, it's already midnight. Oh, we're not even done. But most of it yapping with you guys. Okay. No, I'm pretty determined to keep going until Rose Novabeast is done here. Luckily, we just gotta color this and then make the background, and then we'll be done. Oh my goodness, somebody's following! Who is it tonight? Ragnarok! Welcome to the Brushtail Brigade. Thank you for the follow. Congratulations, you are our newest Brushtail adventurer. Welcome aboard. Doing some art and chill tonight. We've had some pretty good conversations this evening. We spent a lot of it talking about furry conventions and Destiny 2's new expansion. Your art looks cute. Another cool artist to look into. Thank you. Yeah, this is my first time working on a Novabeast. Usually Novabeasts are I've only usually seen them in like 3D like VR chat photographs. I don't think I've ever seen one drawn before. So trying my best here, and I think it's coming out pretty good thus far. Yeah, so this is the Novabeast that we are working on here. We're not doing all the bells and whistles. It's just a simple headshot raffle that our good buddy Ro won. So doing that tonight. Pretty good. Oh, speaking of, I need to grab some color. Grab this. Nose in there. Then I'm gonna shade this color. Feel like I recognize that avatar. Well, do you know Ro the Wolf, Phoenix? White Wolf, hello, how are you doing? Yeah, Rack, usually we do art every Thursdays, so right before the end of the week is our art and chill days. We then usually do games on like game streams on Mondays and Fridays. Today was a bad day. No, White Wolf. It's okay, you're here now. It's you being here significantly better. How it usually goes. You can sit back, relax, listen to a derpy blue fox on the internet, say derpy blue things. All while you guys get to relax and I get to enjoy your guys' company. New arts. Beautiful. Yes. TikTok properly? Yeah, I think Ro does a lot of TikToking. Fully fair. It is fun to see variety. Yes. Yeah, and then what I try to do too is I try to implement a lot of my art and animation that I do, like flex them art and animation muscles, and I try to make fun, cool, interactive things with that knowledge here on the channel. A lot of times I tell people, I was like how Panda gets a kick out of my my sales pitch here, is that I often tell people that this channel is a lot like The Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda is my favorite gaming franchise of all time. And I often tell people this channel is a lot like The Legend of Zelda because you can find secrets in every nook and cranny of this channel, including like your Twitch whispers, things found on the overlay, interactions, Pokemon, and stuff like that. It's like crazy. Majora's Mask is my favorite. Let's go. I love Majora's Mask. My favorite is A Link to the Past. That has been my favorite, mostly because it was pretty much my first ever Legend of Zelda game that I played on my own. You can make the argument that the first Zelda I ever played was the original one on the NES. However, I never really played it by myself. It was always when I was getting babysat. But Link to the Past was the first Legend of Zelda I bought and owned and played to completion. I think there's a bit of that nostalgia factor going on. Link to the Past for life? Yes, Lance, yes. Oh my god, Loaf's shields are not doing so hot. I didn't realize he had such low shields. Totally fair. My first was Ocarina of Time, but Majora's Mask was right around the same time. I mean, Majora's Mask just hits so hard. Agreed to that. Oh, Majora's Mask is such a classic. Oh, wait a minute. His ears are a different color. Let me do the ears first before I get the inner ears. I didn't know the Novabeast had such colors on them. I believe this is like a tertiary blue on him now. Get this. Perfect. Yeah, so growing up with The Legend of Zelda, I developed a fancy for puzzles and secrets. And so when I was developing my channel, I knew from a very early on stage of channel development that I wanted to try to implement the idea of finding secrets and little puzzly doodads. But back then I didn't have the skills to do it, and now I have the ability to do pretty much anything I want on this channel in terms of like creative ideas. So like, for example, there's a little mini map that or like a little overworld scene right next to me on the lower like center bottom of the screen. That is one of my creations called Loaf Quest, and it is a full-on RPG chat interactive game that you guys can play on here. The objective is to get Loaf from his house, which is already all the way on the right hand side, to the treasure chest on the entire opposite end on the left. And as you move Loaf down this little map, you can encounter monsters that we have to defend against. It is super in-depth and super cool. Like, check this out. So, Rack, one of the cool things is I can go full screen mode with this if I wanted to. And it has even sound effects and everything. Oh, there's two audios going. There we go. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm down in the corner, by the way. So yeah, if you do exclamation mark attack, you'll do a little attack, help Loaf out. Look, there you are. Yeah. Oh wow, that was a critical hit. Oh my god, Brack, that was amazing. Dude, that's crazy. Brack coming in, full on critical hit. Oh my god, you guys are nailing this guy. And I think Volp here will get the final blow here. Yeah, let's go. So we all got 278 brushtail tokens, and Loaf got a cinnamon roll. All is right with the world. Oh, let me turn back on the music. There we go. So yeah, that's one of such secrets that you could find on the channel. Loaf Quest is an amazing little project that is now a main staple. Oh my god, you could tell I'm starting to get exhausted when I can't spoke right. Well, let's be honest, I can't spoke right on normal days, so I guess nothing new here. So fun and original, I love it. Yeah, and that's my goal with this channel. Like, I love tinkering. I love doing, like, one of my obsessions is coming up with unique chat interactions for this channel. And so Loaf Quest is one such interaction. And I am constantly updating with new ideas. White Wolf, if you're wanting to heal Loaf, it's no longer shields. So it's ! rest and then a number of brushtail tokens. Pokes at shields, knocks on shields, the bad boy can subvert so much aggression. Yeah, the cool thing about wait, is it not updated in the commands? Did I not change that? Oh, you're right. Oops, my bad. Hang on. You're right, you're right. It still says shields. There we go. It's fixed. It's fixed. Wow, how did I overlook that? Oh, flip. Oh my god, wait. Loaf HP isn't a thing anymore. Oops. Oh, neither's enemy AP. Oh my god. Oh, neither's potion. What, dude? Oh, neither's analyze. Wow. I have not updated this, You can tell it's been a hot minute since I've updated this. Oops. I'm watching the form change. Yeah, so I totally forgot to update this. Wow. Okay. Yeah, let me change all of this here. Super rest and real attack, which is the rare one. Dude, I remember when we used to have analyze. Oh my god. Okay. I'm just doing some quick cleanup, you guys. Give me a sec. Back to... White Wolf, thank you for letting me know. Okay, perfect. Troll and Roll and Love Quest have now been updated in the commands. When did 5 years pass? Right, Phoenix? I mean, think that I've been streaming for like 6 to 7 years now. It's crazy. Hey, speaking of Legend of Zelda, here's a Wind Waker song. Dude, let's go. Sometimes it's hard to keep up with all the changes. Oh, I know. And dude, Rack, I'm in the process of like creating this giant project for the channel. I've done so much with it so far, and yet I'm still not even halfway done. It's crazy all the changes that I'm planning for on this channel next year. And so that's why I'm starting now. I'm neck deep in all these like different projects and trying to update things. Zero seconds watching what? Wasn't its original intention? Yes. So Loaf Quest is a byproduct of a previous project of mine. So I always love telling this story, but I never talk about how it got iterated upon. So back when I first started streaming, I wanted to create this event that happened anytime we got a troll in chat and we had to ban the troll. And this was a game that I called Troll and Roll. And basically what would happen is when we ban a troll, this whole scenario like took over the stream, and this custom animation happened, like all this like bells and whistles stuff. And at the end of this cutscene, in chat, there would be a raid boss that you guys had to defeat. And it was all chat based. Eventually that evolved into a more developed RPG battle that took place still primarily in the chat, but there was visual elements on the screen. And so it got to a point where Twitch's moderation tools were so good that we no longer had trolls coming into the channel. And so it got to the point where we never saw this raid event any further. So upon iteration, the premise behind this troll game eventually became the foundation for Loaf Quest, where it took the main logic or brains of Troll and Roll with like the damage calculation and all that stuff, and I use that as the foundation for the damage calculation formulas for Loaf Quest. And Loaf Quest now has evolved to what you currently see it as now. Now I have not forgotten about Troll and Roll either. So theoretically, Troll and Roll still exists in some way, but I am planning on repurposing the original idea of like having this like massive raid like boss thing be a part of this project that I'm working on that is going to enhance the channel even further, because I really do miss the song and dance of that raid fight, and I don't want to just have it sitting on the shelf, especially considering I put so much hard work into it. So it will be coming back. It will be coming back in some way, shape, manner, or form in the future. I've been working on making a model for my new Sona from scratch, and it's been so much work. The first model I made from scratch, oh my goodness. I take it, Rack, you're using Blender. Temple of Time, yes. Let's see here. Okay, we gotta do the hair. Oh no, let's do the color. Let's knock the color out of the way. And that'll conclude everything down here. No, that's not good. Blender, nice. Yeah, I've never tried modeling a character before. I can model objects pretty well. But then there's rigging and weight painting, and those two I don't have a full grasp of yet. Those are some crazy animals. Specifically the weight painting. I know it's not that difficult to understand, and I used to do it all the time in Maya. But I haven't figured out the whole process to do so in okay, there we go. That's interesting. So his hair is like a maroon color. I thought it was a gray, but there's hints of red in here. I've done a few model edits before where I changed the model's body shape and face before. I never made something from scratch, specifically something of my own design. Honestly, the most difficult thing to do is know. Oh, yeah, you know, dude, I wish I had a better instructor in university. I never understood exactly how to create a normal map. Like, I had normal maps given to me, and I was like, oh, this is cool, thank you. But how do I actually, like, understand how to make my own normal map? Good thing though, I did kind of sort of understand ambient occlusion maps. At least I was somewhere. Like I understood one of the maps. We are almost done coloring this guy. We just got to do the gloss, the eye gloss afterwards, and then we should be golden. Ad break. Oh, an ad break. Oh, another good Kirby song. You know, one of the things there's gotta be a trick to this, but I've seen people do this in Clip Studio Paint and other programs that aren't Photoshop, but it just seems like those programs have such great and intuitive fill functions where Photoshop's just isn't. There's like, it doesn't do a good job filling in what I need it to fill in. Welcome back. I'm glad that it didn't seem like it was the full 3 minutes, or maybe it was. Maybe I was yapping for 3 minutes. Yeah, I definitely like the 3 minute every hour than the one like the 90 seconds every half hour. I think that was a good change that we did. Well, welcome back, Rack. Yeah, unfortunately, Rack, that was one of the maps that I never could understand exactly, was the normal maps. Like, I knew what their function was, I knew what they were supposed to do, but making my own normal map, I just never understood how to do that. Oh, I don't know if you ever had to deal with minute and a half. Ooh. Excuse me. Have you ever tried Or have you ever had to work with baking a high poly model onto a low poly model? That was another thing I never fully understood is how you go about doing that. Tried that before. It could be a bit janky. Yeah. Like I remember trying to bake before and it wasn't happening. I was getting all these errors and whatnot. Oh, this was years ago too, so who knows? It might be improved. Like there might be improved tools. But yeah, I kind of fell out of 3D modeling. I used to 3D model a lot for Second Life and IMVU back in the day. But I hit this, I don't know, I hit this kind of like wall, like this creative block. I was like, I don't know what I want to 3D model anymore. Cause like I was never a 3D character modeler. I always did objects. But after a while, it's just like, I didn't really have any ideas. And I think one of the biggest things was when I moved to Second Life, because I had this store on IMVU. But then I moved to Second Life, and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to design. Because I think part of the reason was that I never felt fully integrated into like the Second Life structure, I guess. I don't know what you want to call it. But like to have a house in Second Life, you would need to pay some top dollars to have just even like a small plot of land. And I was like, nah, I'm not interested in spending a monthly subscription fee to have like a plot of land, to have like a janky little house in Second Life. So because there was that disconnect for me and I never felt like there was a spot on Second Life for me, the ideas, like the creative ideas to make something on Second Life just wasn't forthcoming. It's like, well, I don't even have a place that I could display any of this stuff. Like, I don't even know how that works. And without a place of my own, it's like, you know, when you don't have like a foundation, like, how can you build on top of that? And so that's kind of where I was stuck in trying to come up with ideas on what to build for Second Life. And at that point, I was just like, I didn't really want to go back to IMVU. Because I did what I wanted to do there. And Second Life had its own script language, and I didn't have the motivation to figure out how to like make that work. And so I kind of just dropped 3D modeling after that. I haven't really modeled anything since. Like I've tinkered with in the Blender, and I've taken my fair share of notes on how to do things in Blender, because I was like a 3ds Max Maya user, so I knew those programs. I wasn't, Blender was kind of new to me. And so I thought, okay, well, let me take some notes here on how to make Blender work. Booyah! It took almost the whole night, but we got Rose Novabeast done, and I love it. However, we still have to get the. Let's make the background here. Another issue is that if you make the normal map in Blender, it winds up looking different in Unity because Unity and Blender use different values for normal maps. Oh. So, Rack, do then okay, hang on. Let me back up my brain. So Rack, does that mean that you then use, that's what I was trying to go for, then use a third party program to generate your normals? Or do you use something like Photoshop to generate them? Actually, I don't even know if Photoshop can generate normals. I think they can. I think it can, but I'm not sure. Which VR chat modeling and skinning was as easy as Second Life? That was one thing that Second Life had going for it. It was kind of easy to get a mesh into a mesh and a model into Second Life. Oh, excuse me. Signature right there. All right, let me turn on some of these effects here. Yeah. I'm trying to think on what. You know what? Let's do like this. We'll have the Sen Sig down there. That's fair. There's this one game I like to kind of, it's like VR chat with Second Life, just I use VR super often currently. I try to get into VR, but I have my own issues with VR. Just nothing like, oh, I just don't like VR, or like I think VR is dumb or whatever. It's just I tinker a lot, and VR chat demands my full undivided attention. So unlike a Discord call where I can listen to friends talking to me while also tinkering with like channel upgrades and whatnot, if I'm in my VR headset, I cannot do anything else but that. So that's kind of my issue with VR chat. I vaguely remember making a 2D Mega Man avatar in Second Life complete with blinking and scripting for changing colors. That's so cool. I haven't messed around with normal maps in a while because they're such a headache, but I recall using a program to convert a Blender normal map into Unity one. I see. Or low big battle. That is a colossal, a Dino Colossus. I can help out. Let me just cast the super here. I think this should get him. Oh, never mind. Volp coming in swinging. Dude, my super would have overkilled it by 10,000. I didn't realize it had just 10,000 HP. So I like the other game I mentioned, Resonite, in VR chat. I just wind up standing there doing nothing. In Resonite, I can pull out a model and tinker with it. Cool. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking for the background. I'm thinking more of a warmer color. Like maybe like an orange. Maybe like a redder. That would help it stand, like. I don't know. That's too much. Kind of thinking of something like this. The color. Let me also, oops, wait, hold on. Move this over here. I always like to try to move the swatch before I crop it, just in case I have to come back. I don't know. Part of me likes it, part of me doesn't like it. In terms of the background. We would go like with a more pale color. Huh. Okay. Let me move this back over. Okay, I think that's a pretty solid background color. But much like Second Life, Resonite has its own coding language and such. Huh. Well, hopefully that coding language isn't aggravating to work with. Because boy, that could be really annoying. Here. One in here. Let's do 60. I think that looks pretty cool. All right. I think, no, wait, hang on. Edit. Reason though. I wanted it to have a certain aesthetic vibe. I just realized that that's the whole reason I had the drop shadow at 100. I was going for that specific aesthetic. Okay. Yeah, I think that that goes over pretty well. Hopefully Ro likes it. But yeah, this is a finished piece. It's super nice. Just not very good at the in-depth coding, but Resonite is mostly based off nodes and if and or arguments. Oh, I like those. I also like node graph coding. I think that it's like a much more visual coding, and this is why I like Sammy. So Sammy is this bot that I use that powers my stream, and the thing I like about Sammy is that it's all like block based. So like these are different like blocks you can move, and they kind of just stack on top of each other, and Sammy will like automatically read from top to bottom. And so like these codes up here will trigger before these codes down here. Have you heard the good news of Sammy, friend? Exactly. Dude, I'm constantly talking about Sammy on this channel. Alright, so let's export as a PNG. Let's get this set off to Ro. Ro, where are you? Ro the wolf. I think this is... I don't know if this Sona has a name or not. I probably should have asked. Oh wait, hold on. I probably should have consulted the Great Archives. This is why I have a Hang on, let me see. Treble. Okay. I need to fix that. We'll X out of this. Then we'll change this to treble. To view, large icons. Treble. Perfect. Let's compress this into a folder. I like to compress it into a folder because a lot of times places like Discord and Telegram like to compress the image. Care package. Oh. I think I should do one without a background. I'll do one without a background. And ship it off. Export. Oh, hold on. We'll do it without the drop shadow with it. Oh, background. I was like giving a no background version as well, just in case they. There we go. Oops. Excellent. Okay, so where is row? Message. Okay. All right, care package away. Package incoming. All right, cool. It is Pinish Beast. No, I think flipping the first letters was funny. I get it. It took me it took me a moment there. I was like, wait, what's that? What does that mean? Renaming it will be no trouble at all. That was a good pun. I'm fading fast, almost 3 a.m. here. Night Sun. Oh my god, it's almost 1 in the morning. Yeah, we need to get going too. No wonder I'm falling asleep in my chair. All right, you guys, this is where we are going to start closing up shop and concluding our adventure tonight. Hope you guys had a lot of fun here. Great conversations tonight, amazing stuff. But yeah, so this will conclude our art and chill tonight. If you guys want more of this amazing channel, you guys feel free to stop by tomorrow, same time, same place, for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We're at Disney World right now. We're gonna see what's going on there. I believe we just made it to Corel Prison, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, Rocket, it was really nice meeting you too. Thank you for stopping by. And if you want to, we're gonna raid off to a friend, probably a friend. If not a friend, then we'll find a new friend. So if you want to stick around for that raid, you are more than welcome. We will be drawing up the, what's it called? The raid message here momentarily. But let me go to Twitch really quickly. Let's see who's streaming. Who is on? Oh my goodness. I didn't know Tenchio streamed this late. I'm thinking, but he's playing Deltarune. I don't know if I want spoilers though. Ah! Okay, wait, who else is on? Really want to raid to Tenchio, but desperately want to avoid spoilers. Oh. That me? Is that my voice? Okay, I'm gonna jump into Tenchio's stream really quickly, and hopefully I don't see spoilers. Hopefully he's still on chapter 1 and 2. If he's on chapter 1 and 2, those are not spoilers. Might be AFK shortly. Have some friends. I want to do endgame dungeon. Oh, rack. Hopefully that goes well. In a short break. Oh. How long has he been going on this short break? Oh, he just went on break. Oh, I don't know how long. I don't want spoilers, so okay. You know what? Let's keep the art vibes going. We're gonna hit up our usual big cat for art. So we're gonna continue this art train. I'm gonna pass you guys over to somebody who is also doing art. Another amazing bean. My good friend Scintilla, who is a local fur to me. We usually hang out doing Korean barbecue and other fun stuff. Just listen to some super trippy music. You know the Nico girls, funny girls with 4 ears, dual channel mashup of both sets of ears, 4-song mashup. That sounds crazy, White Wolf. Okay. So yeah, let's go right over to our friend Scintilla doing of himself, it looks like. Okay, so let's get this started. I'm gonna grab his Twitch URL. We're gonna do send notes. What's the raid message? We drew our first Novabeast. Will be our raid message for the evening. So there it is right there in chat. If you have our emotes, feel free to use the first one. If you don't, there's the global ones as the second. Or if you want to use your own emotes, that's quite all right with me. You guys all have a wonderful, wonderful night. Wonderful start to your Friday. I shall catch you guys in just under 24 hours for more Final Fantasy VII. So you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. I shall see you later. Where's my button? Oh, there it is. Bye everyone. Love you guys. Sleep well. Catch you tomorrow.